about here. Come here. Hey, can everybody hear me? All right, well, welcome to Shadyside. Most of y'all have been here yesterday for day 0. Everybody should have been through tech. I'm already getting yelled at by my wife. So, everybody who's here with their significant other doing this event, I applaud you. Couldn't be me. Anyway, so I want to go over a couple things. We're going to only do one driver's meeting for the entire event, and I just want to kind of hash out anything. If you've got any questions afterwards, or if you've got any questions now, just shout them out. Don't be afraid. We'll be happy to answer them. So I want to go over schedule first, and then I got a whole list of stuff that she's making me do. So today, well, first off, last night, everybody hang out for tacos and margaritas? Anybody hang out? Pretty good, right? Taco dudes are awesome. I'm really happy that we got those people to come out again, like they did last year. So far, our weather is looking like it's supposed to be fantastic, which I don't think has ever happened for this event. So yesterday was cold, but I don't see any precipitation in the future, so that's very good. I'm really happy about that. We don't have to go through a monsoon or snow or wind or down power lines or any of that kind of stuff like we did last year and the year before. So today, track is going to be hot from 11 to 6. The weather has kind of pushed us back a little bit. It's a little bit too cold to get all these cars on the racetrack. Some of you guys that made some test hits yesterday probably found that out. A cold racetrack isn't a great racetrack, so we need to get a little bit more heat in the racetrack. Today, 11 to 6. Tomorrow, gates open at 10, track hot at 11 to 5. Carolina, gates open at 12, track hot from 1 to 6. Shadyside back here on Saturday, gates open at 11, track hot from 12 to 6, awards to follow after that. When you come back here on, oh, that's Saturday, never mind, we don't have to worry about that. All right, good. Any questions on timing? Good, moving on. All right. Rye Klemp right here, he's going to be announcing all week, and he's got a face for radio and a voice only a mother could love, but he announced for us last year, did a killer job. It was like a last minute thing. He just showed up at Mooresville and then killed it. So this year he's a heck of a lot more prepared, and if he mispronounces your name at all, take it up with him, don't take it up with me. Feel free to publicly bash him online as well. He enjoys that. So the live feed is provided by Corey Stamper with Spoold Media. So there's a live stream if you want to send it to your friends at home or family or whatever. Corey's got a link to it. If you don't know, that's him right there. And the one waving. There he is. Okay. So he's live feeding you right now. All right. Today's run order is going to be DYO first. So we're coming out with DYO first, partially because of temp, but also because y'all are the biggest class, and we want to get you guys to get runs in early, and then you'll also be able to get some runs in later in the day. So we're going to go DYO is going to be your first call. Listen for the announcement. Come down to the lanes that you're told to come down to. Also, kind of be mindful of the fact that I don't want to see the same car trying to hot lap and make 17 passes in like 7 minutes. Don't do that. Yeah, I see you. I see you. I know exactly what's going to happen, Adam. I know. And I'm going to spike a tire if you do it, you know? So, after DYO is going to be daily and stick, and then you'll get a lane call together, and then after that it'll be tiny tires in the tailgates and 28s class. Then after that it'll be limited and unlimited. I anticipate us to be to that limited and unlimited call by about 1:30, which is going to give us right around a 70-ish degree air temp, which should put us in the perfect conditions for a racetrack. So everybody good with that run order? Any complaints? Good, perfect. Just wanted to make sure. So if you have any complaints also, don't bring them to Laura, bring them to Preston right there. Preston's going to be at the front of the lanes all day, every day. Take it up with Preston, and then if you can't find Preston, take him up with me, and I'll be happy to try to fix whatever problems you have. So Couple things. When you turn your slip in, this is for every day, but when you turn your slip in, circle your car number, okay? If you don't have a pen, just ask for a pen when you turn in your slip, and circle your car number, write what class you're on, or what class you're in, and on the slip. For all you DYO guys, you're gonna have to pick your dial in today and write it on your slip. Write it on your slip every day. If you write it on your slip and it doesn't match what you picked today, that's your fault. Take pictures of your slips. If you want your slips at the end of the event, I'll dig through them, I'll find them, and I'll give them to you. So, any questions on that? Nothing? You sure? Okay, good. Big trailers, last access, it's gonna be kind of tough. We wanna keep you away from them. I don't want you cheating. This is kind of an honor system, but the way everybody kind of parked screwed some stuff up. You've got about 45 minutes before you're gonna, last time you touch your big trailer. Everybody follow? After, not 45 minutes from right now, after we're done here. Everybody get that? Good? Questions? Corey? You're good with that, with the trailers? Totally irrelevant to you, I was just making sure you're okay with it. All right, very good. Okay, protests. If you think that somebody is cheating, it's $100. Come to us, come to me, come to Preston, come to one of us that's working the event. Let us know what the protest is about. If you have a protest on somebody and it's found that it's legit, we don't throw the person out. You'll get your $100 back. We don't throw the person out, but I do publicly ridicule you a lot, relentlessly. I'll probably take the microphone daily and then just kind of make fun of you for cheating. So don't cheat, right? So I don't want you to not be able to finish the event. I want you to be able to finish the event. You're not going to win anything. Like, even if you're like miles ahead of everybody, you're still not going to win. But I am just going to publicly ridicule. Is everybody good with that? Because I want everybody to have a good time. I just don't want cheating to happen. So if you're wrong with your protest, you have to physically hand your $100 to the person that you protested and apologize for, you know, kind of being, you know what I mean? Everybody good? Everybody good with that? All right, no problem. Okay, if you brake, pull over immediately. Does everybody understand that? So if you see in your rearview mirror that you see a bright white plume of smoke, like, that's not great, so just stop and pull over. We don't need you to oil down the entire racetrack. What I mean by pulling over is pull over to the side of the racetrack on the lane that you're in, right? So if you're in the right lane, pull over to the right. Don't decide to go to the left. Yeah, basically go to the closest wall that you're at, right? But don't hit the wall, obviously. Let's avoid doing that. If you wind up running all the way down the racetrack and you've got fluid everywhere, it takes substantially longer to clean up, and it doesn't have a good time for anybody. So if you brake, pull over immediately. Also, hopefully before everybody starts making passes, you kind of look over the car, have your co-pilot look underneath the car, make sure nothing's dripping, nothing's leaking. We'll be trying to keep an eye on it as you come through the water box and whatnot, but some stuff slips past us, so we ask you guys to do your due diligence and make sure that you're not coming up here with something leaking. You shouldn't have air conditioning on because it's cold enough. So if you do have air conditioning on, stop it, turn it off, stop dripping water all over the place. And also try to avoid, we don't really have any like standing water anywhere because we haven't had rain in a little while, but don't drive through like a mud hole or grass or any of that kind of stuff if you can avoid it. Make sense? All right. We capped entry at 200 cars for sign up, and I believe we're rated at about 175 through tech, so that's pretty awesome. That was a lot more than I anticipated to actually make it through tech, so thank y'all, everybody. We do this for you, and we always worry about what turnout's going to be because it's the last event of the year, and we've had a history of bad weather. But seriously, thank y'all for making it out. We really appreciate it, and we really want y'all to have a really good time. So we have a very good attrition rate so far, so let's try to keep it that way. We'd love to see all 175-ish of you guys drive back in here under your own power on Saturday. So if you want to win, you have to be back here in order to win, right? So you could be the fastest car, but if you break on day two, you're not winning anything. Everybody get it? Okay. Oh, safety. You've already been through tech. You guys know what you should be doing for safety. If you feel like something is wrong with the car, back up. You don't have to rush. It's okay. Back up, look over the car or whatever it may be. Take your time. When you take the beams, it's your racetrack for however long you're on that racetrack for, so don't feel like you're being rushed. I don't want y'all to make bad decisions because you think you're in a hot rush and you don't want to be in the way for somebody else, all right? That's something that I think a lot of people that drag race kind of miss on. They think that they have to hurry up so the next guy can make it passable. It's your racetrack when you pull up, so just be careful, be safe, and take your time until you let go of the button, and then go fast. Make sense? Good. All right. What else I got? Hold, please. Oh, it's on paper. Well, I didn't go over all that shit. You're yelling at me. Okay. Please be respectful as we try to run lanes efficiently as we can. If you've already made one pass in your run group and you see that there's still a line of people, don't try to cut everybody off and then lie about it. Kind of already went over that. Did everybody see the hearse? Everybody see that? Next to the hearse, there's a black and orange totes with a bunch of earplugs, cut gloves and such. Swing on by and take what you need, leave some for others. What else? Oh, if you already went through tech yesterday, come back down to the trailer down here. SP Tools, which is one of our sponsors, dropped off a whole boatload of hats for free. Take one. Don't take 100, you know what I mean? So stop on by, grab some free stuff. Also, when you're down there, we've got a whole bunch of stuff for sale, tons of apparel. There's other free stuff, buy some stuff, get some stuff free. We also have a 50-50 raffle going on. We'll do the drawing Thursday at Greer, and all proceeds are gonna wind up going to my wife's heart surgery that she needs to have. So, just being honest. So, if you want to come down, buy some stuff, go ahead. If you don't, that's fine, but make sure you come back down and grab some free stuff. So, we've got a sponsor list I'm going to go over, and then I'm going to hand this off to Laura, and then we're going to get to racing. So, actually, I'm going to hand this off to Laura, and she's going to do the sponsor list. So, here you go. Thank you for enduring me, and have fun.
Hello, everybody. Stop it. Okay, so I'm not going to have a whole lot to go over, but I wanted to get with you guys on routes and checkpoints. So your checkpoint when you leave here today is the silos in Easley. We do have a designated route for that just because the drive was way too short and we had to make it a little bit harder on you guys. So if you did not get one of the printouts, those QR codes are not working properly. We don't know why. They were working and then they stopped. So I have uploaded in the WhatsApp group, and I will do it again just to make sure everybody sees it. It is also on the Southeast Street and Yeet Facebook page, both the private group and the official group, turn-by-turn directions. On the way to the silos, you do have a waypoint called the junction at Gowensville. You have to snap a picture while you're driving by. So you don't have to actually stop there, just snap a quick picture and be on your way. You do need to upload a picture for there and for the silos. You can upload that in the WhatsApp group or in the Facebook group, or you can show it to any of the Street and Eat personnel that are down at the trailer. We just need to know that you were at that waypoint and checkpoints and that you followed the proper route. Going from the silos to Greer, same thing, designated route, also on the Facebook page and WhatsApp group. There is one waypoint. On the sheet, it says like Vaughn's Business something or other. It's the Simpsonville Clock Tower. You can't miss it. It's a big clock tower on Main Street in Simpsonville. So as long as you're going the right way, you'll see it. And again, you don't have to stop there. Just snap a picture and go on. After Greer tomorrow, you will go to CPR Performance. We highly recommend you stop in. If you need any sort of parts, fuel, anything like that, Charles has got it. They're a checkpoint every year, and we love to support them. They are one of our sponsors, so definitely swing through there. Don't park in front of the bingo place. They'll lose their mind. After that, we go to Carolina. From Carolina, we go to Momentum Racing with Nate Prater from Streetcar Bragging Rights. That's the party. There is a mandatory practice tree competition for all drivers, so stop in, get your time, and there are prizes for that. So there will be food trucks also, and everybody loves a good food truck. There is a road there for burnouts. It's on the parking maps that we put on Facebook. I can upload those in the group as well, WhatsApp group. And then after that, you will go to the Cowpens Creamery and come back here to Shadyside. Now, after you leave Greer, there is no designated route. You take whatever road you need to take to get to where you need to go. Okay? We recommend you stick together. Let's see. Sorry, bear with me. I gotta go back to my notes. Well, that's weird, because without looking at my phone, I actually went through all of my notes. Somebody was more prepared. All right, so I just want to go ahead and take a quick minute to thank our sponsors. Rye will actually be giving out a little bit more info on them over the loudspeaker and on the live stream this week. But our title sponsor every year is Motion Raceworks. They have a whole family of different companies: Mark Williams, Rife Sensors, TBM Brakes, FluidWorks. Our sponsor this year for Unlimited Yeet was Davis Technologies. They've been sponsoring us since our inception. Limited Yeet was AFIS or AFIS injectors. They fall under HP race brands, so HPL and HPT turbos. They've also been with us since our inception. This year for Yeet Stick, again, we have FFP Customs. So they do, what is it, custom pedal? Yeah, custom pedal assemblies. Ryan Fraser, he's awesome. For DYO, CPR Performance, again, they're one of our checkpoints. For tailgates and 28s is Dragwire Solutions, owned by Austin Ratley. He's located here in North Carolina. He wires and Holly and Fuel Tech, right? Yeah, okay. If you want his personal number to harass him daily, just let me know. Tiny Tire 235 is sponsored by SP Tools. They brought us those awesome hats down there, so make sure you come down and get one. They've been sponsoring us since the beginning as well. We're happy to have them back again. For Daily Driver, we have American Tuning and Fabrication. So they do dyno tuning, TIG welding. Chris Vickers is somewhere here. They also sponsored our margaritas last night. So everybody thank them. Listen, some of y'all had multiple margaritas, so you can do better than that. So we also have other event sponsors who just sponsor the event in general. So they are our food and beverage sponsors. It helps us get, the taco people in here. It helps us provide all these sodas and snacks and hot dogs and pizzas and all that stuff all week long. So we just want to give a shout out to Georgia Fleet Services, the Towing Service, Wild Catalyst Designs, Argus Forestry, Competition Products, Snap-on, Miles Jacobs. And I'll give a small shout out to HCR Innovations, which is Devin and Mai's business. So anyway, I think they're going to have the track ready around 11. So we're going to let you guys go get ready, and we're really excited. Oh, hang on. One more. My bad.
I'll keep this very brief. One thing I want to talk about, did you talk about? So portable car hoist, Robert Hernandez, are you in the stands? Is he here yet, Robert Hernandez? Okay, his truck is right over there, and the hoist is right over there. He's all the way over here from California to follow along with us. He's been doing this for quite a while, so if you guys need the car hoist, you need his number, I will have it in the tower. You can find any of us. We'll make sure we get it. I'm not going to broadcast this man's information across the entire internet for YouTube. But if for some reason, it's already been getting utilized as of last night. So thank you very much to Mr. Hernandez for coming out here. Just as for my own self-serving, raise your hand if this is your first drag and drive ever. Well, first of all, welcome, and thank you for choosing Street and Yeet for that. Raise your hand if this is your first Street and Yeet, but maybe you've done a drag and drive before. Okay. You guys have a unique situation here, or I guess advantage, if you want to call it that, in drag and drive. Yeah, this is only 8th mile, but the amount of time, that means we're going to get cars down here faster. We have the same window as all the big guys with their drag and drives, but we have less than half of the crowd here. So you guys are going to get plenty of opportunity to take a shot at this track. This is not a one and done situation here. And also, just to drive home the point, even if you think you're fine, pull off to the side. Nobody's going to be mad at you guys for pulling off to the side, because I've seen plenty of, we've all seen it. Seasoned veterans have gone, drop the entire contents of your transmission on the starting line, and then you're like, I don't see any smoke, and then you keep going. We don't want it. So pull over, please. Please pull over. Yeah, I just came back from World Cup, and it was an absolute disaster. So let's not do that again. I'm still losing sleep over it. So. Thank you guys for coming out here, and thank you guys for listening to me run my mouth. I can't wait. This is going to be an awesome week. Looking forward to have a blast. So let's get to some racing.
Thank y'all. Much.
Still on.
Okay, now listen for the lane calls, okay? And go, what? No. What? What do you mean? If you spin and, yep.
Alright guys, hey, I'm going to turn some audio down. I am working on getting other things set up right now, so we're going to have a little bit of downtime. Whew, I'm a little out of breath, sorry, them stairs kicked my ass. Cold weather and stuff, I hate it guys, so we're going to have a little bit of downtime right here, so they're going to finish getting the track prepped, all the cars are getting ready, everything ready to go. As soon as that's done, we'll start making calls. Like I said, DYO will be the first class out to kind of help lay in the rubber. And then after that, the big boys will come out. So I'm going to leave y'all on multiple view for the moment while I finish hooking up a few things and getting ready for the day. So make sure to spread the link out, guys. Let everybody know that we are live. And yes, sir. Hold on one second, guys. Sorry about that, guys. I had a guy come in with a question, but like I said, we're doing some track maintenance. We gotta get everything ready. This is majority of cars on radials, so they're looking to get the best track they can get. It is a lot warmer today than what it was, so like I said, guys, warm up for a little bit, and we will be underway probably here in about 30 to 40 minutes. So, all right, guys, I'll be back in a moment. All right, racers. We were working on getting the track ready. Like I said, Devin said we'd be hot around 11. As soon as that gives a thumbs up and gets this place ready, we will make the first call. DYO, you will be the first class out. Welcome again, guys, to Shadyside Dragway. This is day one, Southeast Street. Biggest and best, all the good ways to describe it, drag and drive in the Southeast. So, way better temperatures than today. Yesterday, as you can see, cold as could be. We never got above 46, 47 degrees yesterday here at Shadyside. Today, it was warmer when I pulled in at 8 o'clock this morning than what it was all day yesterday. So expect way better conditions than what you had yesterday. Like Ryan, everybody said, this isn't a one and done today. You've got the track. I believe our schedule is 11 to 6, and I think Laura had on there, we will call a lane close. Lanes closed around 5 o'clock, so if they're full, we can run it out and be done by 6, so we can get you guys on the road, headed to your checkpoint. Once again, make sure you check on the group for the exact route. You do have an exact route you have to go, with it being a shorter drive this evening. So, hang around to the pits. Also, I know today you shouldn't be like this, but yesterday we had a lot of cars coming up without their class designation and numbers on those. Make sure those are on your cars, guys. It's easier for the tower if they're on the passenger side, top part of on the passenger side of the front windshield for us to see, so we can get everything in the computer. But if you don't have them there, no big deal. But if you could do that for us, definitely appreciate it. So, for any of y'all with radios, track radio station is 94.3. We know sometimes the PA might be a little in and out, kind of an OG track. Yeah, things happen. So the radio station is always 94.3. You'll be able to catch the full broadcast of that. Or if you're wanting to listen through the live feed, you can do that. It does have a little bit of a delay to it, but that's just production for you. So depends on internet connection, life, whether Chick-fil-A biscuit right this morning. Hey, it's all that stuff. that's our banner here in the tower. I'm going to turn the mic over to Seth Buff. I think he's got a couple things to holler at you guys about, all that. So here is your track manager, owner, that guy, Seth Buff.
Once again, guys, thank you for being here at Shadyside Dragway. If you just got here with us today, I can't thank you enough for being here. If it's your first time, I hope you enjoy the place. If you've been here before, welcome back, guys. I look for a lot better day today with the temperatures we're going to have. Zach's going to have some pretty good freedom to get after the track with the glue, and everything should go together perfectly. Yesterday was a little cold, but there were still some of you guys putting down some amazing passes. Honestly, I was shocked. I didn't expect some of the passes that happened yesterday. I didn't expect as many cars to actually make it down the track yesterday as they did. So, hats off to you guys. Made the best of that situation yesterday. I think the highest temperature we got to was 47 or 48, and that didn't last very long. So good job yesterday. Everything came out clean. Looking forward to a great day. You guys be safe today. Be safe on your trip. And if you need anything, come to the tower. You can catch Zach, me, Corey, or Stan or Ron down there. If there's anything track related you need, we'll be glad to help you out. Also, concessions will be open 11 to 3 today, 11 to 3. So if you're wanting to get something to eat for lunch, or I know Devin's got hot dogs for the participants down there, but if you're wanting something else, or you just need another pick-me-up, or want to grab something before you head out, you can go check them out. They'll have coffee and hot chocolate as well, and all the other stuff, drinks, whatnots, ice, anything you need. Get up there, but I do believe they'll be closing at 3, so I'm on the camera now. But guys, once again, thank y'all so much. We love Street and Yeet. Did we ever find out if this is 4th year or 5th? Whatever year, it doesn't matter, man. Devin and them have put on an amazing show. Devin and Laura have done great with this. To watch it grow into what it has and see the competition that's happening is amazing. So thank you again. Do want to go ahead and mention, guys, get those half and half tickets over there at the tent and pick up your merch. I'll be down there soon grabbing some shirts and stuff for myself, and all those proceeds are going to help Laura with her upcoming procedure. So pretty big deal there, man. Y'all get out there and support. I know they've put a lot of work in to make sure this happens. Zach putting some glue down. He'll be doing some dragging, some more spraying. We'll let you guys know as soon as the track's hot. But once again, guys, radio station 94.3 on the FM dial, track hot around 11, maybe a couple minutes after, depending on how Zach's doing. And we will see you soon.
Good morning, Shadyside. Greetings from Shelby, North Carolina. My name is Rye, and welcome to Southeast Street Yeet 2026, presented by Motion Raceworks. We're getting ready here to go hot in just a second. Doing a little bit of finishing touches on the track prep. We got about 15 more minutes before we start racing here. Beautiful day, clear skies, and looks like we got a really well-groomed racetrack, and we should be able to put down some good numbers here as the heat comes around. But right now, I want to start filling the staging lanes. So lanes 1 and 2, dial your own Yeet. I need you in lanes 1 and 2. Let's start filling them in. Lanes 1 and 2, dial your own. Once again, dial your own, lanes 1 and 2. Dial your own competitors, lanes 1 and 2. Bring them on down. We're putting the final finishing touches, spraying the right lane. We move over to the left. Work a little bit of magic, and we're going to run some cars down the racetrack. We're going to go hot here at Southeast Street Yeet 2026, 25. I forgot what year it is. I just traveled through time. getting excited, ladies and gentlemen. We have one more pass by the tractor. I see water going in the water boxes, and we're about to start sending our first pairs of cars coming up here very shortly. Dial Your Own. This is presented by CPR Performance. CPR has been a Street Meet sponsor since the very first event. Located in Columbia, South Carolina, CPR is always a checkpoint as it offers our racers an auto parts store that specializes in performance parts for race cars and classics. You can check them out along the route or visit cprperformanceparts.com. Thank you to CPR for sponsoring today's podcast. Dial Your Own. Copy.
What was the next class?
So Dial Your Own. So this class, we have 38 competitors I'm looking at here on the sheet in Dial Your Own. This is kind of a unique thing. The dialing in your own dial-in is not unique to Drag and Drive. They all have their own, but Dial Your Own, Yeet here, we treat this more like a poker run than an actual bracket race, because you can turn in a time slip that's over or under whatever your claimed dial is. So you can, say you dial in at a 5-0 and you run a 499. Normally, in a typical bracket race scenario or in the other Drag and Drives, you would have to throw that 499 out, and then you're going to be very, very frustrated. But what this ends up doing, it makes it a lot of fun. It makes it so that you, again, it's like a poker run, and you're trying to get your best hand to hand in. And last year we had a crazy spread across the competitors. I don't recall exactly, but I remember it was within the hundreds across, I think, like the top 20. So it made it a lot more tight. It made it a lot more fun for everybody. And it kind of encourages a little bit of hot lapping, if you will. We saw cars making multiple passes. The way we're going to start this out, though, this is the beginning of the week here, and you never know how it's going to shape up. So we are asking everybody to try to come up here and make one pass, and so everybody in here can at least get one in. You never know how the first day is going to go on a Drag and Drive, and 5 minutes in the morning can cost you 5 hours in the afternoon. So we want to make sure everybody gets a shot at this track in its best conditions possible, so we can get everybody through. And if you would like to make more passes, you're going to have ample opportunity to do so. 175 cars on the property, and we got a pretty good window and some good weather. So. Lane 4. Daily Yeet to lane 4. This is your first call to lanes, Daily Yeet. If you are in Dial Your Own and you haven't made your way down lanes 1 and 2, we're going hot. First pair of cars coming up to Dial Your Own in the left lane. In the red G8, we got Mark Bauer taking on the Challenger in the right lane. That is an actual Dodge Challenger, not just the person who's challenging him at the track. And that car would belong to Brian Seary. I don't believe that is a Hellcat. That is not a Hellcat Challenger, but something's making Hellcat-like noises. I'm not sure which lane that's coming out of, but one of these two cars is running some sort of a supercharger. I'm going to guess it's the Australian in the left lane.
Right lane is Cat Pack Challenger.
The Challenger awaiting his Challenger, and the G8 slowly creeping up, fully in now. Challenger, first pass. Welcome to Southeast Street Yeet 2025. Mark Bauer going to chase him down. He's going to go through 652 to the left lane. Right lane goes through at a 775 at 92 miles an hour. Sounds like someone's shooting a little bit of ducks going down there, a little bit of misfire. I have a feeling we'll see one of those cars back. Right-hand lane, we have Francis Thomas in the Cherokee XJ. He will be taking on the C10 belonging to Joe Onda in the left lane. And Joe Onda in the C10 is going to walk away from the line, leaving the XJ in the rear. A little bit of haze coming out of it. It's like a little bit of oil haze, no big deal. Going to go through 8.9 at 65 miles an hour for the C10, and the Jeep Cherokee 11.0 at 62 miles an hour. Something tells me that is stock. And coming up next, we have the Ford Explorer ST in the right lane. This is not a police car. It's not really a car. It's a, what did they call these? Crossover, midsize SUV? I'm not really sure. It pales in comparison to what the Explorer used to do, which was flip over and slam into North Carolina. These are all-wheel drive twin-turbo V6 versions. You see them commonly as highway patrol vehicles. So he'll be taking on the 4th-gen Camaro in the left lane. Hitch on the back. Looked like it got the left front hanging on the Camaro there. Camaro's going to go through 684 at 103 miles an hour, and the EcoBoost in the right lane, Explorer 884 at 79 mile an hour, which is pretty quick for a Ford Explorer. Doing a brief little touch-up here on the starting line. Starting something they want to address. Coming up next, we have Micah Homage in the Chevelle on the left-hand side. Will be taking on Bobby Admire in the Chevy SS in the right-hand side. Chevy SS seemed kind of like a missed opportunity to bring back the Chevelle name. But instead, let's just bring a car over from Australia and slap an ambiguous SS badge on it and sell it to the public. They didn't sell a lot of them. Actually, am I terribly mistaken? That is not an SS, that's a Caprice. Or is it an SS? Somebody in the live feed tell me. That's a Caprice? That is a Caprice. Oh yeah, my apologies. How dare I? The giveaway was the Interceptor Spotlight down there. Daily Yeet, Daily Driver. Need you down here in lane 4. Daily Driver, lane 4. Dial your own, lanes 1 and 2. Back to racing action. The Caprice in the right-hand lane, belonging to Bobby Admire. Going to go up against Micah in the Chevelle, left-hand side. Or is that on Apollo? I'm really bad at this. I need to see the back of the car to be sure. Leaving the line in hot pursuit is Bobby Admire. Is going to get to the stripe first, 778 at 91 miles an hour. And Micah in the Chevelle, we're going to go through at 12.7 at 54.6 miles an hour. Coming up next, pay attention to the car pay attention to both these cars. They're hard to miss. One is bright yellow, Tri-5 Chevy in the right-hand lane. This thing is right-hand drive. Right-hand drive. I don't believe it's an import. I believe we were discussing it. It might have been a formal postal delivery vehicle. I need to get the story on this car. In the left-hand side, we have the Model A. I believe that's a Model A body. Hot rod. Both of them side by side. What a cool race to look at just from the spec. I mean, let's just soak this in. The Tri-5 is going to go through 832 at 85 miles an hour, side by side with a hot rod at 806 at 87 miles per hour. Big Ricky in the S10 Blazer in the right lane is going to leave the C7Z sit still on the starting line. Big Ricky in the right-hand lane, we go through 720 at 95 miles an hour. C06 in the left-hand lane, 100 mile an hour with a 7.3 with a 0. SN95 Mustang coming up in the right-hand side, belonging to Logan Terry. Logan's going to be taking on Lee Locklear in the left-hand lane in the very red, very bright C8. I believe that is a Z06. Mr. SB Tools in the left-hand side. One of our sponsors is going to get a front row seat to watch watch Logan Terry run at 550 at 133 miles an hour. That is stout for a daily driver. However, no offense to Logan, I will take the C8 any day. Coming up in the right-hand lane, we got Caitlin Ward in her Pontiac G8. This is a rare sighting. Caitlin is on the other side of the lens this week. Caitlin is responsible for a whole bunch of photography and media throughout the drag racing community, and we're stoked to see her actually piloting and participating. Caitlin's going to be facing off against Doug Kissler in the Nova. Caitlin taking ample opportunity to spool on the line and make sure everything is right, and she's going to go through 794 at 91 miles an hour. In the left-hand side, the Nova goes through 631 at 113. Good pass for both. Ladies and gentlemen, in the left-hand side of the track, you will see Lucas Barr in this big old Caprice. I have had the fortunate or unfortunate opportunity to ride in this car on a drag and drive myself in its previous life. This car was actually built by my best friend and also fellow terrible YouTube influencer, Logan, over there at the Clapped Out YouTube channel. All kinds of mayhem on there. You can see our adventures from Drag Week a couple years ago in this thing. Tons of fun. It's I believe at the time, it's still the same combination, 5.3 LS turbocharged, and now it's sitting on a big old set of wheels. And he will be taking on the second-gen Camaro in the right-hand lane, belonging to Sherman Gills. Can you believe it, ladies and gentlemen? Would you ever think you'd see a car with wheels this big taking on the drag strip in this day and age? Sherman Gills being backed up a little bit here to restage the car. Camaro is in, and we're on the box to bump. There we go. Off she goes. A little bit of an issue there. I got to abort the pass out of the big Chevy on the left-hand side. He's still going to stay out in front. And Sherman Gills is going to watch him go through it at 984 at 81 miles an hour. And Mr. Gills is going to go through 67 miles an hour at 11:29. Coming up in the right-hand lane, that is the red New Edge Mustang. That belongs to Jonathan Davis. Huge fan of his music, lead singer of Korn. He'll be taking on Charles Tucker in that rusty Chevy pickup in the left-hand side. This truck has come back with some a little bit more stank in the bed of it. You can see the very shiny tailpipes, in contrast to the rusty appearance on the outside, are attached directly to a pair of turbos. And Jonathan Davis wanted none of it, leaving first and getting to the stripe at 669. Nice, at 103.9 miles an hour. Mr. Tucker on the left-hand side is going to go through at 699 at 103. In the left-hand side, that is Nick Delenu in the Dodge Coronet, and he's going to be taking on the loudest coyote I have heard today. I did not get that. Ryan Morris in the Coyote is going to go through 621 at 119 miles an hour. And Coronet goes through at 114, 624. I'm being informed that is a personal best on the right-hand side, so congratulations. This... Oof, ladies and gentlemen, it's big, it's green, and man, it is beautiful. The doors on this car probably weigh more. Look at it bouncing the burnout box. The Lincoln Continental belonging to Lucas Barr. This thing is, it is the dictionary definition of land yacht. I cannot say enough things about it. Unfortunately, I have to also address the big purple monster of Don Flanders in the left-hand side. This beautiful pickup truck back again with us this year. The Lincoln he probably fell asleep because of how comfortable that thing is. Taking sweet time off the line, and I gotta tell you, I am not upset about it at all. I will watch Mr. Lucas Barr parade down to 660 feet all day long. The purple people leader in the left-hand side went through 775 at 91 miles an hour. And finally, Lucas Barr goes through 63 miles an hour at 11:19. Coming up in the left-hand lane, C4 Corvette belonging to Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly taking the tree, going to make a solo pass here. .192 to 60 foot. He's going to go through at 789 at 93 miles an hour. I feel like I should address something. Like 789 may not seem that fast. If you're watching this and you're not familiar with 8th mile racing, a 780 is roughly, what is that? That's about a quarter. That's 11 seconds. That's a solid 11-second car. And that's, I mean, you put most people in an 11-second car that aren't used to an 11-second car, that's going to feel like the fastest thing they've ever ridden in their entire life. So, all that to say, respect the C4. That's all I'm saying. Back to racing action. We the left-hand side, the red GMC mini truck, S15 belonging to Zach Smith, is going to be facing off against the CTSV wagon of Larry Dawkins in the right-hand side. Larry doing his best John Force impression all the way past the starting line. We highly encourage that here at Street Meet. This is not an NHRA event. If you want to do big smoky John Forces all the way through the beams, I am here to see it. Put on a show. Scott Green in the Maverick in the left-hand side is going to be facing off against the 1956 Chevrolet belonging to Stacy Batsom. Tri-5 Chevy is one of the few cars I think that can get away and still look cool when they have 4 doors. Not a lot of cars can pull that off. Stacy is going to look great going down the track right here. Side by side with the Maverick. Looks like the Maverick's going to squeak away just a little bit, open up that gap, and roll through 671 at 101 miles an hour from the Maverick. The Tri-5 on the right-hand side, 753 at 92. Oh, the T-top square off right here. This is a battle of the generations. If you squint real nice, it looks like you're back in 1985. We have a 4-eye green Fox body Mustang with T-tops. That's a rare, you don't see those very often. That belongs to Cole Galloway.
Speedar, silver blow GYO guys.
And he's going to be facing off against Pete Johns in the Camaro on the right-hand side. And Pete is going to watch the green machine walk out of his life. No offense. Green machine's going to roll through at 8:53 at 81 miles an hour. And the Camaro rolls through at 10:002 at 68 miles an hour. Fun fact, 10:00 with a 2 was how fast I went on my first trip ever on a drag strip. So, and it was in a third-gen Camaro. That might be the car. I should go find Pete. I got to go. Adam Green in the right-hand side with the second-gen Camaro. Going to be squaring up against Mike Robertson in the Chevelle on the left-hand side. A little bit of spinning in on the Chevelle, and he's going to watch the Camaro walk away and roll on through Broadway and go through at a 767 at 91 flat. The Chevelle, I have a feeling we'll see that one back around. Goes through 69 miles an hour at 10:98. Having a little bit of issue getting off the line. And Francis Thomas back around for the second hit in the Jeep Cherokee. We're starting to see some of the DYO competitors running back around, so we'll start trickling through to our next classes here shortly. He's taking on Yvonda Hutchins in the right-hand side. And the Holden. That is the Chevy SS that I was referring to previously. With a beautiful color-changing wrap that changes colors depending on how you look at it. It's going to abort the pass and cruise side by side with the XJ in the left-hand lane. This is probably the first time that the Jeep can say that it beat a supercharged LS. XJ goes through 1095 with no death wobble, surprisingly, at 63.5 miles an hour. Coming up next, we have Bobby Admire back up for his second hit. Face off against Jay Bradley, first hit of the day in the red third-gen Camaro. Left-hand side comes through 173 to the 60-foot, and he's going to make it to the stripe first, 781 at 94 mile an hour. Excuse me, 89 miles an hour. Right lane goes through at 8.4. Justin Lipscomb in the right-hand side in the hot rod takes on Gary Mankia in the left-hand side in the third-gen Camaro. Gary hails from Virginia, and he installs elevators for a living. Mr. Mankia is going to watch Mr. Lipscomb go all the way down through there and tries to chase him down. Can't quite get there. 776 on the right-hand side at 64 miles an hour. And Mr. Mankia on the left-hand side goes through 755 at 94.4 miles an hour. Last call for DYO to the lanes. Last call for DYO. This is your last opportunity. Last call for DYO. You got about 5 minutes to get down here, or we are going to have to wait until later. Coming up next, we got Dave Aiken. He's going to be taking on the C8Z. Once again, the C8 is going to get to the stripe first. 695 at 105 miles an hour. Jacob Watson back up here. He got pushed out of the water box a little bit ago for a little bit of leakage underneath there. The very ZZ Top flavored hood graphic on this thing, I'm a big fan of it. On the LT car, the black and polished wheels, this is chef's kiss on how a 4th gen LT Camaro should look. And he'd be taking on the... And Sherman Gills in the left-hand side is going to watch the younger brother Camaro run away from him. Right-hand side goes through a 674 to 102. And the battle of the family haulers. We got the CTSV wagon in the left-hand side taking on the Explorer ST. This is going to be our last pair. We're going to do a little bit of touch-up on the track before we move on to our next class. So we're going to round out these last few DYO cars. So we'll have a brief intermission after we watch Raymond Grissett in the right-hand side, and the Explorer is going to watch the CTSV wagon get almost to the stripe before he gets to the 330. CTSV wagon is going to go through 785 at 91 mile an hour, and the Explorer ST goes 799 with a 9 at 87 flat. The Explorer. Back up for the third pass of the morning is Francis Thomas in the Cherokee. Not sure what he's looking for, but hopefully he finds it in the right-hand side. And Adam Green in the left lane with the white second-gen Camaro. He's going to let a little bit of smoke out of the Camaro. Hopefully he's going to pull over and get this thing stopped. Hopefully that's nothing. We're going to take a look at the track. XJ goes through at 63 miles an hour at 1099. DYO, your lanes are closed. DYO, lanes are closed for you, please. DYO, your lanes are closed. Daly and stick, Daly and stick. We need you guys in lanes, Daly and stick. I believe I said just Daly earlier. I apologize if I did not say the stick shift guys. If any of you are stick shift racers in the pits and you did not know, you are called to lanes. Daly and stick, this is your opportunity. All right, and Adam Green has pulled off of the top end of the track. We're getting a report so far. It looks like we are okay. A little bit of transmission fluid seemed to be spewing onto the exhaust and burning off, but it seems that the track looks okay. Getting the report that the track is clear. We're about to go back to racing. We're going to finish up our Dial Your Own category, and we're going to move into our daily driver and our stick shift cars. Coming up to the right-hand side, we've got Mark Bauer in the red G8 back again. He'll be taking on Mike Robertson in the Chevelle. The Chevelle didn't have the greatest hit on the first rip there, annihilating the tire. He's running a lower profile tire on the back, not the typical 15-inch radial tire combination that we would see. So hopefully he has a little bit better luck on this one. Stick and daily, if you're coming down, stick and daily, come on down. Stick and daily only this time. And history repeats itself on the Chevelle, fighting for traction. He's going to watch the G8 in the right-hand side go through 642 at 110 miles an hour. Pretty stout performance for a daily driver. That sounds like a fun way to get to work, if you ask me. And Jonathan Davis in the right-hand side. I was informed that he is not, in fact, the lead singer of Korn, but I am still a big fan of his car. John Davis is taking on Stacy Batson in the 56 Chev in the left-hand side. John Davis is going to leave the line and run all the way through to a 669 at 103 miles an hour, and the 56 Chevelle goes through 751 at 92. Coming up next, we have our stick shift category starting to show up, to show out. A little sporty on the burnout. Trent Stanton's in the red fendered Fox in the left-hand side. Has a 499 dial-in. All the pops and bangs. Looks like the car rolled backwards out of the beams there, so he's going to back it up and try to restage it. G8 in the right-hand side makes a solo pass. Going to reset the tree here. So the right lane left before the tree was active. There's no slip on that, so that was all a whole lot of pops and bangs for nothing. We're going to reset the tree. Trent Stanton is going to give us the 21 gun salute once again here on the line. He's got a 499-ish dial-in on the window. Track not quite there to hold the power. We have a feeling that we're going to see Mr. Trent come back around. Swinging for the fences in a home run derby. Coming up next, we got Daily Driver in the left-hand lane, taking on one of the stick shift cars that's probably one of the most bizarre-sounding cars that you will hear. This is actually powered by a Ford Barra motor. LT Camaro on the right-hand side, only in body, Ford Barra in nature under the hood. That's why it sounds so unique, and it's fast. Stick shift car. Pay attention to that car. Listen to how it sounds. It sounds very, very unique. Unlike anything you're going to hear come out of a normal Camaro. And then the left-hand side, we got Jennifer Rudisil, Street and Yeet veteran. I had a little bit of unfortunate wrinklage of the right-hand side. Went a personal best yesterday to see if she can repeat it. Oh, big wheelie out of the Vera-powered Camaro. The Vera Camaro pedals it, gets back into it, goes 567 at 130. What did I just watch? Not to be overshadowed, Jennifer Rudisil, 657. Is that another best for her? That's a yes, resounding yes. Congrats to both. I mean, what a show. Right-hand lane, beautiful Chevy 2 Nova in the daily driver category. That's Don Gatlin. Taking on Frank Wanika. I hope I say that right. If I don't, please correct me. In the BMW on the left-hand side. The BMW, surprisingly quick and very unassuming, is going to get to the stripe first. 639 out of a late model BMW. The right-hand side goes through at a 652 at 108. Wow, that is a fast car. That thing would hurt some feelings. Right-hand side, it's orange, and it is got 3 pedals, and it belongs to Aaron White. That is a stick shift category, taking on one of our daily driver cars on the left-hand side. Andy Jacques in the left-hand side is going to get off the line first in the daily driven Mustang. Left-hand side goes through 661 at 104, and the stick shift car annihilating the tire on the hit. Right-hand side, 757 at 103. You can probably come back around. Quick little touch-up right here before we get to our next pair. Once again, thank you all for joining us here at the Southeast Street and Yeet, presented by Motion Raceworks. Do a little bit of touch-up here on the starting line. We'll get back to some racing action here momentarily. We are currently working our way through our daily driver category. And the JDM Fanboy poster car, very clean example of a Nissan S14 in the right-hand side here. Belonging to Dustin Crane. Appreciate him bringing this out. Taking on Michael. Your last name is cut off. Bratcher and the black Monte Carlo on the left-hand side. Two perfect examples of cars that are very hard to find in good shape, and these look like great ones here. Remember a time when you could buy both of these cars for $3 grand. The Monte Carlo slips the tire, and the S14 is going to hook and book, goes through 566 at 127 miles an hour for Dustin Crane. Left-hand side, we got Mark White in the 5th Gen Camaro. taking on a stick shift car on the right-hand side belonging to William Long. This looks like a Factory 5 hot rod kit car. I could be wrong, but I believe I'm correct in that assumption. Either way, it looks beautiful. Camaro on the left side is going to go through 636 at 111 miles an hour. The Factory 5, I believe, goes through at 863, 84 miles an hour.
They got a lot of garbage on the track, and I'm trying to get this thing clear back in, but it's not doing a whole lot. What do you think about getting the track back out and clean the garbage?
Place to stop and let your head of stage know so that while you walk ready to go.
We're close to being done with a certain class.
No, not at all. You just have to stop at the moment.
Ben Marchetto in the right-hand side of the regular cab short bed Silverado is fighting for some traction here. I believe we're going to be putting a pause on some cars here momentarily, and we're going to get the sprayer out and drag this thing. Charles Barber in the left-hand side is going to take on Charles Holcomb. This is going to be our last pair before we do a little bit of track prep. Stick shift category Nova taking on the automatic Hellcat. And the Hellcat has a heck of a run. It goes 603 at 117 miles an hour, knocking on the door of a 5. Right-hand lane goes through at 85 miles an hour at 8.46. So we're going to do everybody's favorite thing, and we're going to fire it up into our best World Cup impression, and we're going to watch tractors rip up and down the track. As we take a little bit of a break here in the middle of our daily and stick shift category. Our Yeet stick is brought to you by FFP Customs. With over 15 years of experience, Ryan Frazier is the man when it comes to CNC programming, custom quality automotive work. Their pedal assemblies are one of a kind, made right here in the United States. And for more information, you can check out ffpcustoms.com. FFP Customs is responsible for sponsoring our Yeet stick competitors. So if you're considering adding a third pedal to your car, or as they call it, this is not my words, I've never said this, they call it a man pedal, and it's very offensive, but if you would like to add a man pedal to your car, ffpcustoms.com. Thank you to FFP for sponsoring Yeet Stick, and thank you to all the sponsors here at Southeast Street and Yeet, and for everybody coming out here to join us. Looks like the weather is finally turning around from the frigid temperatures we had yesterday, thankfully. We're about to have a very sticky racetrack on our hands, and we're rolling through the cars. Thank you to all the competitors, making it very smooth. Anybody that has trouble, they quickly get over and safely to their side of the track, and get it assessed. It's been some quick cleanups so far. We're going to keep this momentum rolling and get everybody as many shots on this track as we can. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Concessions are open. Highly recommend the bologna sandwich. If you're from an area of the country that is not familiar with bologna sandwich, a fried bologna sandwich, I highly recommend you go over there and try it. The fried bologna sandwich, fantastic. Or you can get the, I'm being told, I just found out what my lunch is, the bologna burger, which has bologna, chili, and a burger on top. We're not here to make you healthy, we're here to make you happy. Once again, we appreciate everybody here at Shadyside for hosting us. The track here at Shadyside was established in 1958. It was purchased by the Buff family in 1980 by Ronnie Buff, and it's been in the family ever since. This is the home of the King of the South race, which is one of the biggest races. If you guys were here for King of the South this last year, this place was unrecognizable at this track. It was standing room only. There were cars parked on the hills, on the side of the hills, everywhere you look. If you're in the area, highly recommend May next year, King of the South race, $100,000 to win on a 28-inch tire shootout, and you get all the heavy hitters, all walks of racing. And you get to watch it all here at Shady. Which, when you look at this track, and you look at the layout of Shadyside, it seems as if somebody looked at it and go, I want to pick the worst place possible to physically put a racetrack. Let's put it right next to a stream at the bottom of a bunch of hills, because we got to roll our race cars down these hills to get to the track. But somehow, it works. Coming up next, we have Rick Doem in the blue S550 Mustang taking on the Coyote Power F-150 of Butch Williams in the right-hand side. Mustang goes through 674 to 107, and the Coyote goes 731 at 99.5. Coming up on the right-hand side, Josh Wilson in the AMC Rambler. Pay attention to this Rambler. This thing is fast. It laid down a hit last night. And he's taking on Jeff DeRay. Jeff DeRay yeeted the drive shaft out of this thing. He was the first competitor, unfortunately, to take care of, make use of the portable car hoist. Looks like he's got it all patched up, put a drive shaft in it. The Rambler, oh, a whole lot of water, steam coming out of the Rambler on the right-hand side. Looks like let the smoke out a little bit. I'm gonna go down there and give that a peek. And the Mustang goes through 720 in the left-hand side at 97 miles an hour. The Rambler was on a rip, had to pedal it a little bit. Went 574 at 115 with a pass that was not nice to look at. I'm sure he would much rather have that gone a different way. Little puff of steam out there on the big end, so hopefully the track's okay. It came as quick as it went.
Got something right where I'm standing.
All right, we're getting a little bit of reports of some coolant on the top end of the track, so we're going to send some cleanup crew down there. And now is a perfect time to head up there to the concession stands and check out those bologna sandwiches and or burgers that I was just talking about. I hear some grumblings on the live feed saying this is like World Cup all over again. I respectfully disagree. We've ran way more than 2 pairs of cars before we had any sort of an issue. Once again, as we are cleaning up the track here, to get back to racing action, the concession stand is open. See some people up there waiting in line. We'll also, don't forget, we have our 50-50 raffle tickets down here at the tech tent. All proceeds from that go to Laura, because her boss is a real jerk. She needs to go into surgery and he won't even give her time off. Also, her husband is her boss, so take it up with Devin. But you can come out here and support a good cause and get some raffle tickets, 50-50 over there. We also got merch. Your Street and Yeet merch, so if you want to take some stuff home for your loved ones. Or some spares because your car likes to window all the fluids. You might need a couple extra rags for cleanup this week. Once again, thank you to everybody for joining us out here at Southeast Street and Yeet, presented by Emotion Raceworks. Currently in the middle of our Yeet stick class, as well as our daily driver class. Our Yeet stick category is, it's basically any all-clutch assisted manual transmissions except Lenco's. Hot off of World Cup here, there's been some debate now over what is a clutch assisted manual transmission, whether you have the likes of something like a G-Force makes a transmission that if you just breathe on the shipper handle, it'll fly into the next gear without having to interrupt the power application like some of the faceplating T56 and transmissions like that. Here, we just don't want you to have Lenco. If it's got an H pattern, you can basically run it. And that's pretty much it. You've got a tire size limitation on the thing, but I don't think anybody out here is much bigger than a 29.5. We're also working our way through our daily driver, and you can see that some of the daily drivers are on the bit of the extreme side, but much like UPS or USPS, if it fits, it ships, and that's how we worry about the classes here. Pretty much, we have racing tires, and you got to have an overdrive transmission, which we see some of the times the guys are putting down. That's kind of impressive, to have a functioning overdrive transmission. Not a gear vendors, that does not count. Got to have functional windshield wipers and a radio. These are street cars. You gotta have your tunes. And your exhaust must exit within 18 inches of the rear axle. You don't really care. But no front or side exits. I feel slightly attacked by that side exit, as I have been the guy in the past to slide a side pipe into a bullhorn and show up and puppy kick at a street event from time to time. No backseat deletes and no methanol. We don't want to see you daily drive on alcohol. Going over to the car counts, looks like we got about 175 or so cars that made it through tech yesterday and today. And a quick rundown on the numbers. Looks like we have, in daily driver, we have 24 cars. In dial your own, we have 38 cars. 38 cars in dial your own category. In limited Yeet, that's the LT designation that you see on the windows. Limited Yeet, we have 20. And the limited Yeet category is our kind of our quicker with a DOT approved tire. So this is a radial tire class. 275 tire is what we want to see. If you got anything above a 17-inch wheel, you can run whatever size you want. But as you can see, or as we've seen, 17 inches and above are already having some traction issues here. That's not to say it can't be done. No methanol fuel, so pretty much everybody that's fast in this category is probably running on E85 or ethanol blend of some sort. race gas you can put in there. Somebody make this make sense. How much is C16 for 5 gallons, and then how much is methanol for 5 gallons, and then tell me why methanol is the more expensive fuel to run. But I didn't write the rules. No big blocks. With a power adder, you can run an all motor. No fiberglass carbon doors. We want all steel, all glass, unless it came that way like a Corvette or something like that. And that is your limited Yeet category. We're sitting here looking at 20 cars. That's a good variety of cars in there. There's some heavy hitters in this. And then we go to Tiny Tire. We got 12 people that are unhinged enough to slap on an 8-inch tire and try to come out here and party. Some of these cars last year were in contention for the overall win on a 235. Last year was super exciting because we had a bunch of cars in a bunch of different categories that were all vying for first place. So we'll see how the week unfolds and how today goes. I've said this time and time again in the little bit of experience that I have doing these dragon drives. The first day always sets the tone. But I was proven way wrong last year in that statement because we had competitors that were turning in, you know, the default time slip. They didn't even make it pass. They only broke the beams, or they had a completely terrible run, 11, 12-second slip on a 5-second car. And then they find themselves in contention for a podium. So this is a race of attrition. It's also about perseverance, about pushing through and seeing this out to the end. It's not over until it's over. And we saw some crazy stories unfold last year. I'm looking forward to this year and how this is going to end up. So that's Tiny Tire in a nutshell. Coming up right now, we're working our way through our category. We've seen a handful of cars in stick shift. We got 28 of them on board. We're looking down in the lanes. I see we got Adam Butler sitting in the water box, and then behind him, I believe it's Kyle Butler piloting the Watson of roadkill fame. The car belongs to Mike Finnegan. That car is fresh off a week of abuse in 6 Smokies at the hands of Jimmy Dale. And this thing has just been getting kind of passed around to all the homies in the circle to let's go out and just have some fun, which is really that's what the car is about. It's just a reminder that these things are supposed to be fun at the end of the day. These guys have been having a blast with that car. It's really cool to see that car with a whole bunch of history. It's kind of famous and on television out here being paraded down the track for us to see. We got the dragger out, which means cleanup is almost complete. We'll be getting back to the racing action shortly. Moving through our car counts here, looking at the field, we got tailgate. There's anything with tailgates. It could be a truck, an El Camino, just needs to have a tailgate on it. No SUVs, so no weird crossovers or anything like that. Gotta have a legit tailgate. But we got 15 competitors in tailgate. In our last category, our catch-all in unlimited. This is where either the fastest of the fast end up, or maybe you just got something weird. We really don't have a classification to put you in anything else. So this is the unlimited. We got 14 competitors. So overall, every single class has double digits, which is kind of crazy for only 175 cars. Really good spread across all classes. Got a couple people that are double entered that are just really sadistic. And once again, huge thank you to Corey Stamper and Spoold Media, the official media of the Southeast Street Meet, presented by SP Tools USA, Strange Engineering, Scarlett Solutions, and SC Raceworks. Thank you to all of our event sponsors, Southeast Street Meet, presented by Motion Raceworks. Thank you to all our supporting sponsors for classes, Davis Technologies, AFIS Injectors, FFP Custom CPR Performance, Dragwire Solutions, SP Tools USA, and American Tuning and Fabrication. In addition, Georgia Fleet Services for all your roadside services, Wild Catalyst Designs, Argus Forestry, Competition Products, your local Snap-on dealer, Miles Jacobs, Towing Service LLC, 24-hour emergency assistance. Visit towingservices.com for any help. You guys get stuck on the other side of the road, you need 24 hours assistance. If you have AAA and you think that is enough, I'm here to tell you I have been a AAA member for I don't even know how many years, but I've been denied free roadside assistance just because I had wheels, aftermarket wheels and tires on a car. So don't think just because you have the AAA card, it's going to bail you out every time. Just a little pro tip there for you guys. In addition, remember, if you guys do need, the concrete is in the asphalt, it's cold. I don't want to lay on the cold ground, and I'm looking at an empty car hoist. So remember, we have portablecarhoist.com over here. He came all the way across the country, and he didn't drag that hoist all the way over here for no reason. I have spoken too soon, ladies and gentlemen, as if I willed it into existence. The portable car hoist is about to be utilized for the second time. Check, check. Microphone check. If you guys are having issues and you can hear the sound of my voice and you may not be able to hear me all the way at the top of the hill or in the back of the pits, if you turn to 94.3 on your FM dial, if you have a radio in your drag and drive trailer or in your actual drag and drive car, you can tune it to 94.3. I've gotten a couple text messages from some racers saying that they might not be able to hear us up on the hill. So if you guys can hear my voice and you may not be able to hear it all the way up in the pits, we'd appreciate if you would, well, in the Marine Corps, we had it as a general order that was called repeat all calls from posts more distant from the guardhouse than my own. That means if you hear something, turn around and yell it in the direction where they may not have heard it. So help each other out, please. Going back to racing, Mr. Buntley in the left-hand lane. Shooting ducks right off the rip. Mr. Buntley in left-hand lane giving us the class on how to do a burnout. He'll be facing off against Ryan Morris in the right-hand lane. Adam Buntley just absolutely, the tire punished on the stick shift car on the left-hand side, drives through it, goes 6 flat at 126 miles an hour. And Mr. Morris on the right-hand side goes 633, no slouch out of either car at 117 miles an hour. Right-hand side, the Rotson. The car that has reportedly never failed to fail in years past. Taking on another Nissan product in the left-hand side. Eric Haynes on the left-hand side in the S14 is going to be taking on the classic Datsun Datsun. Is it Datsun or Datsun? You know what? Who cares? It's the Rotson. That's what's important. Small block Ford power, turbo hanging out of the. Thank God he is in the right lane because he wouldn't be able to see the tree. The S14 is going to walk cleanly down the track at 7:28. The Rotson pulls to the right-hand side. Thank you very much for that. Doesn't appear to be anything underneath the car, but we're going to take a peek out, and we appreciate you doing that and looking. Nobody's going to be upset that you stopped on the track. So while we assess and try to figure out the best way to remove the hulk of the Rotson, Rotson is going to limp its way off the track. Looks like we are going to get the go-ahead to get back to racing action. I don't believe there's anything on the racing surface. All right, coming up next, our next pair of cars. We got water going back in the box. We're going to get back to racing action, continuing with our stick shift category here. Right-hand side, we got Joe Nichols. And he's going to be taking on Bill Orr in the Dart on the left side. I believe that's a Dodge Dart. It's kind of like looking in a mirror of myself as I'm looking over here on the right-hand side because I see my homie Taylor Hedrick standing behind him. And the amount of times that we have been mistaken for each other. If you ever wondered what I look like, well, it's him. It looks just like that. Pops and the bangs coming out of Joe Nichols as he drives by Bill Orr in the swinger on the left-hand side. Mustang goes through 718 at 97 miles an hour, and the Dart goes 85 mile an hour to an 8.8 with a 2. And that'll bring up Kyle Buntley in the left-hand side. Kyle had a hell of a time on Six Smokies, and if you can tell by the windshield on this thing, this car has some miles under its belt on drag and drives. He is no stranger to competing in the stick shift category, and he is very good at it. He had a hell of a run at the Six Smokies. I don't know how many head gaskets he put in this car. At one point, he washed the starting line with the coolant coming out of the downpipe. Hopefully, history does not repeat itself here today. I believe he's got all the issues sorted out, but look for a fast pass from Kyle on the left-hand side. He's taking on Sam Ham. Man, what a name. Sam Ham in the right-hand side in the G8. Kyle Buntley shooting ducks, and as soon as he's done making a racket, he's going to go through at 7:03 at 85 mile an hour. Sam Ham in the right-hand side, 594 at the G8 at 119 and a half. Chase Hill in the left-hand side. This car looks like the notorious Mustang. I sent this to Lyle Barnett, a picture of it. I said, look, it's just like beer money. And he said, yeah, but slower. Chase Hill in the left-hand side. This is a 4-valve Cobra mod motor with a T56 behind it, 6-speed car. Chase trying to stage with the back tires. He may need the head start against the Hellcat, but he is not going to get it denied. We're going to back him up, stage with the correct tires. Right-hand side, David Lips in the purple Hellcat. The purple Hellcat is going to drive off, and Mr. Lips in the right-hand side goes 6:55. Chase Hill having a little bit of issues on the line. Looks like the car popped, banged, and either hooked up and stalled because it wasn't building the boost it was required to, or it might have let something go. Not really sure. Ron Vestal in the right-hand lane going to be making a solo pass in the Terminator Cobra. A lot of clutch, I believe that is clutch smoke coming out from underneath there, riding the clutch out, trying to get this thing to launch. He's on a low-profile tire, so he can't hammer it hard. So just trying to walk it nice and easy. He's going to go through 10:09 at 79 miles an hour. He'll put a time slip in his back pocket to be complete for day one, but I have a feeling that is not the performance he's looking for. Preston, do you want me to close up, please? Say that again.
Close them down, let me get it.
Daly and Stick, your lanes are closed. Daly and Stick, your lanes are closed. Pontiac GTO on the left-hand side, taking on the New Edge Mustang in the right-hand side. It's Jake Macy in the right-hand side of the Mustang. Mr. Macy is going to go through 880 at 90 miles an hour flat. The GTO goes 8.1 at 92. John Kelly, the left-hand side with the self-recovering Dakota, is going to be taking on Bobby Frizzle, the right-hand side with the Mustang. If you're wondering why it's self-recovering, it's because it has a crane in the back. The Mustang's going to go 6:03 at 85 miles an hour. And the Dakota, 57.7 miles an hour, 11:65. Left-hand side, got David Ross in the white Fox body, squaring off against Trent Stanton's in the C6 Z06. C6 Z06, probably one of my favorite cars of all time. Definitely a bucket list one for me to have. Just a big fan of big cubic inches. They're very fun. And Mr. Stanton is going to get off the line in a hurry and go through 775. Rowan gears the whole way at 101 miles an hour. And the Fox body goes 7-9 with a 3 at 90 miles an hour. Troy Leitner in the right-hand lane in Shakin' Bacon, the nose-high gasser. Another stick shift category. Facing off against a daily driver, 4th-gen Camaro of A.J. Ross. Shakin' Bacon, toting the tires on the 1-2 shift, is going to run around and hold the distance against the Camaro. Shakin' Bacon goes 642 at 106.5, and the Camaro goes 694 at 98 in the left-hand side. The disco era Malibu in the left-hand side, late 70s, early 80s. He's going to take on John Whittle in the right-hand side. John Whittle just came back from a rip on 6 Smokies himself. Goes through 8:15 at 90.8 miles an hour. The Malibu goes 771 at 93 miles per hour. Solid passes out of both cars. And if you see the Fox body on the street and you're wondering, why is that Fox body pulling a jet ski? Well, it's because that's where else would you put all your stuff? Nobody's going to steal a jet ski. Left lane, we got Mike Batchelder in the Fox body, the notchback. Stick shift car. Taking on Jay Marshall in the right-hand side in the beautiful Chevy Nova. It's a daily driver category, but judging by the looks of this car, I bet it probably goes pretty fast. Fox body on the left-hand side is in, right side's in. The Nova making a nice, easy Broadway pass. He's going to watch the Fox body roll through to the wind light at 8:17. And it's 87 miles an hour. The Nova goes 9 flat. That's 75. Coming up next, a couple more daily drivers. Right-hand side, Trailblazer SS belonging to Brandon Wilson. Tiny Tire, lanes 1 and 2. Tiny Tire, just Tiny Tire, lanes 1 and 2. Bring your little butt down here, Tiny Tire. Mustang left-hand side goes 717 at 101 mile an hour, and the big old man band on the right side 768 at 99 for the Trailblazer SS. Coming up next, we got Andy Jacques in the right-hand side. Hopefully I say that correctly. If I don't, please somebody correct me. Left-hand side of the racetrack, we got Russell Broadwell in the purple and red hooded Fox body. It's a stick shift car. 3-pedal pippin, taillights and phone dials. Ripping down the track is a card-carrying member of the Bolt-On Fox body crowd. 7:31 at 96 miles an hour for the left-hand side of the racetrack. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you're a racer and you have tailpipes on your car, if you could do us a humongous favor, when you have heat in the motor and hot exhaust coming down through your very long and very cold tailpipes, they leave a little bit of condensation. We know there's nothing you can do about that, but there might be something you could do. Put on a show. Give it a couple of whaps before you pull it in there. Like really rev it and clean it out before you pull up. At least make an effort. It might not do anything, but at least we get to hear how good your tailpipes sound. Unlike my tailpipe sounds awful, according to my wife. Rami Rosema in the right-hand side with the S13 making all the glorious import noises. Facing off against Stacy Galloway in the stick shift Fox body on the left-hand side.
Watch out the line water.
The Fox body is going to pop and bang its way far away as the S13 tries to chase him down. Looks like he might get there first. Barely missed out. The Fox body lift, it went 819 at 86 miles an hour, while the S13 rolls through at a 689 at 106. I believe that is a substantial improvement on that car from last year. That is no slouch. BJ Adams on the left-hand side of the black Mustang is going to be taking on William Long in the Factory 5. I believe, I'm going to just keep calling it Factory 5 because I'm pretty sure that's what this is. Factory 5 kit car on the right-hand side. LS power under the hood appears. Nice easy launch for both cars. Maybe they're roll racing. Let's find out. Left-hand side goes 837 at 90 mile an hour, and the Factory 5 on the right-hand side goes 879 at 86 miles per hour. Once again, Tiny Tire, lanes 1. Tiny Tire, lane 1. Yes. Say that again. Stand out of the right-hand side, pedals it, brings it down, and running over the 330 cone. Man, if you were wondering if this track was working or not, and if you doubted that 499 dial-in on the window, doubt no more. I'm going to take a look at this on the instant replay. Right off the hit, stands up. I think it bounced on the 1-2 shift and stood right back up and headed right towards the middle. Good job on both drivers. One, getting it gathered up and back into his lane, and then also the F-150 for having the heads on a swivel to see that car coming right in front of him and get on the brake. So glad both drivers are okay. We got a block to clean up and a little bit of debris, and I have a bologna sandwich to eat, and I suggest you guys go up to the concessions and find one too. If you're here at the track, check out Spoold Media for the live feed if you want to watch the replay. If you're up in the pits scratching your head wondering what just happened and what we're all excited about, well, we just saw, I didn't even catch the car before he took off and put on a show. CJ Roberts just put this thing on the bumper for us, set it down on the 1-2 shift and stood it right back up. I'm having a little bit of PTSD from when I was on Dragway. That was a great show. Not the way he wants to get down the track. I have a feeling we're going to see him go and assess any damage, if there is anything, and come back around and take another hit at this racetrack, because this track is getting good. We're going to touch up and clean up a little bit, finish out Daily Driver, and we'll roll right into Tiny Tire coming up next here on Southeast Street Yeet, presented by Motion Raceworks.
what was wrong, so we can't.
Attention to the pits. Once again, Tiny Tire, lane 1. Tiny Tire, lanes 1. If you are not down here, need you in lane 1. If you're pitted next to somebody or near somebody that has really, look at their car. Are the tires smaller than yours? Well, then they need to be down here. And if you can go over there and tell them, hey, they're calling you down there. Tiny Tire, we need you down here. Finishing up some touch-up here. We're getting back to racing action, round out the rest of these 6-shift cars, and roll into our Tiny Tire category. The Psycho pass and want to put on a 8.5-inch tire and try to run as fast as they possibly can. For those of you sitting in the stands, if you want to watch on our live feed, go over to YouTube and look up Spoold Media. Thank you to Corey and Spoold Media for presenting the live feed for the entire week. As well as our media sponsors, SP Tools USA, StrangeEngineering.net, ScarlettSolutions.com, SC Raceworks. If you're sitting here in the stands and you're like, why would I want to watch the tractor run up and down the track when I can watch it live, hear it in person? I don't want to look at that on my phone. I agree. But maybe your friend's back home there, so send him a text and be like, hey, check out this tractor. It's blue like a Ford, but it's not. And maybe they don't want to watch tractors. But don't worry, because we're going to get back to real cars momentarily. Once that tractor parks, we're going to be graced with the presence of Rob Warwick once again in the right-hand lane of that the LT body Camaro, the Barra Camaro. It has a Ford Barra. If you don't know what a Barra motor is, it's a four-liter inline-six motor that comes from the land down under, also known as Australia. Down there, they're kind of like what we have LSs. They put them in everything. It's the Frank's Red Hot of Ford motors. And they swap these things in all kinds of stuff, and they've been making their way over here in the United States over the last recent years, because it's just become more and more popular. It's kind of like a big 2JZ suit that makes all the right noises. And this car is a perfect example of that. All of the right noises. And if you're scratching your head, asking yourself why it sounded like that, well, barrel life. That's Rob Warwick in the right-hand side in the F-body, and he's taking on Charles Barber in the left lane in the Heck Cat. The wide-body design. I kind of feel like, this is not a knock on anybody. This is a knock on Dodge as a manufacturer. And the Dodge Demon dropped, and it came out. It was the first car that had the wide body. It's kind of prestigious. And then they put it on everything. And it kind of cheapened the wide body. This one looks great. Don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking the car. But does it matter? Probably not. The Barra Camaro toting the tire on the pedaling on the 1-2 shift, sets it down 537 at 135 mile an hour for Rob Warwick. Very, very solid pass. A couple of issues out of the Hellcat on the left-hand side. He's going to casually stroll down. Regular cab short bed in the left-hand side, comes back up, got the traction he was looking for so desperately from earlier. 619 at 118 miles an hour. The Mustang keeps the drive shaft in, goes 737 at 92. Tailgate, lanes 3 and 4. Tailgate to lanes 3 and 4. Come on down. Tailgate, lanes 3 and 4. Aaron White in the right-hand side in the orange Fox body is going to be facing off against the G8 of Justin Arnold in the left-hand side. As you were, Sam Hamm is back. Mr. Hamm is going to light the bottom bulb momentarily. Pops and bangs on the right-hand side. Fox body is going to shoot ducks all the way down. A whole lot of smoke coming out of the left-hand side. Hopefully that does not equal some fluid. Looks like it was just burning off pretty quick. But left-hand side goes 599 to 110 flat. And we got one final stick shift car to send down, and then we're going to do a quick touch-up before we send the tiniest of tires down. Adam Buntley in the right-hand side. Back up here to make another pass. The last one absolutely punished the tires on the back. I'm assuming this car, judging by the name on the roster, these gentlemen are no strangers to racing with 3 pedals. Maybe made a clutch adjustment of some sort. But pay attention to the rear tire on this hit and see how it goes. If it goes, I think it should dead hook and roll out. Last time it was violently chattering. That is not what he was looking for. It hooked, and then it just, the car cut completely off. Some sort of a issue going on there. We're gonna. Looks like we might have some pieces on the line. And we're gonna assess the situation here. Tailgate, lanes 3 and 4. Tailgate competitors, lanes 3 and 4.
And from my vantage point, it looks like our starting line is clear. We're going to push Mr. Buntley back, and we're going to do a slight touch-up on the track and roll into our tiny tires here at Motion Raceworks Southeast Street Yeet 2025. Tailgate competitors, tailgate lanes 3 and 4. Brief touch up on the track, and we're going to roll into Tiny Tire, brought to you by SP Tools USA. SP Tools, offering high-quality tools and equipment specifically designed for professional technicians. For over 50 years, SP Tools has been a leader in tool design and manufacturing, committed to leading the way in how professional tools and equipment are sold and serviced, setting the standard for quality and customer satisfaction. Check them out at SP Tools USA. SP Tools for sponsoring Tiny Tire and being involved with us here at Southeast Street. I look over the hill at beautiful Shadyside, and I see a majestic creature. There's the gap tree. And if you look, you can see the antlers spewing steam. That is a really cool shot. If you guys look over there by the staging, you can hear it. The steam coming out of the back of Adam Hodgson's S10 it's epic. All right, we are back to live racing action. Coming up next, we have Tiny Tire. In the water box, the SB Tools Tiny Tire 235. Here we go. In the left-hand lane, we have Travis Martin, and he's going to face off against the El Camino on the right side, belonging to Donnie Kelly. Donnie put on a heater of a pass last night here in testing. And I haven't walked the lanes to look at Tiny Tire. So Tiny Tire is a 235 radial or a 28 8.5-inch slick, dealer's choice. And I haven't walked the lanes to see, but we have 12 different cars, and I'm pretty sure we have a little bit of each. I think the right-hand lane looks like it's sitting on a slick on the El Camino. On the left side, Mr. Martin, I believe, maybe on a Hoosier radial. So a little bit of flavors, different strategies. Kelly building the boost, goes in. Eventually, maybe a little bit of trouble with the bump. He's going to time out. Mr. Martin's going to make a solo rip. He's going to fight it for traction. Travis Martin goes 578 at 140 miles an hour. Right-hand side is going to go through 123 miles an hour, 1302. Looks like he tripped the beams and sat there. So not a good pass for the right-hand side. I believe we may see both of those cars back. Not what they were looking for on either one. Right-hand side, we have Jim Treadle in the first-generation Firebird. Left-hand side, Taco Time. Taco Time, Tiny Tire, all the T's, that's a mouthful. The four-door Fairmont belonging to Aaron Shaden on the left-hand side over there. Walking the pits earlier, these guys have probably the sickest trailer in the interior of this car, carrying with the taco theme, all done in traditional like Mexican blanket. It looks very, very nice inside the car. It also looks to be very, very fast, judging by the equipment on the thing. Their trailer is sick. It's slammed on the ground, it's air ride, it's got trailer brakes, big axle. It's a perfect drag and drive trailer if you want a master class on how one should look. Fairmont is in, the build and boost on the right-hand side, the Firebird's in. Fighting for traction in the right-hand side. The Fairmont is hooked up and going 512 out of the left-hand side at 143. Right-hand side goes through 142, only 5.9. Mile an hour indicates that is a substantially faster car than what we just saw. I have a feeling we'll see them back around. TT01, the almost Harlequin Volkswagen-looking Fox body in the right-hand side, belonging to Anthony Harville. And Anthony's going to be facing off against Miles Jacobs in the truck on the left-hand side. Anthony kicking the tires, and the truck is going to scoot on down away. Anthony, see if he can chase him down. Looks like he might get there and do it. Now he's just being mean at this point. Anthony Harville is still getting the wind light, 790 at 127. Left-hand side goes 786 at 86 miles an hour. Right-hand side, we got Waller Doyle in the Chevelle. Going to be taking on Josh Noe in the Fox body on the left-hand side. The Chevelle is going to go 552 at 133 on the right-hand side. The left-hand side goes 832 at 92 miles per hour. Right-hand side, your defending champ, Tracy Holtzclaw in the wagon. Tracy is the winner of 235 in 2020. I can't do the numbers like that. Last year, I'm just going to say last year. I was going to say the winner of 235 in 2024. Let's see if he can win 235 in 2025. And who knows what's going to happen in 2026? It's anybody's guess. Are you confused? Because I am. Left-hand side, Justin Lynch with a 4-door Chevy 2 Nova. This truck, I almost said truck. This car is substantially quick. Don't let the 4 doors fool you. Watch for a side-by-side race with Tracy on the right-hand side here. Side-by-side off the line. The wagon out front just a little bit. Can he hold them off? And he does. Goes through 539 at 136 for Tracy Holtzclaw. Left-hand side goes 559 at 128. Limited Yeet, limited Yeet. I need you to lanes 4. Limited Yeet, limited lane 4. Tiny Tire and Tailgate lanes are still open for you guys. Tiny Tire and Tailgate lanes are still open for you. Limited Yeet, lane 4. Limited lane 4. Coming up, we got our first tailgate competitor on the left-hand side. This is Tim Loy in the regular cab, short bed Cat Eye Silverado, taking on, I don't know what this thing is in the left-hand side. I believe it's an Ariel Atom. We were trying to figure this out last night. It's the car from Toy Story, I'm being informed. Matthew Tollison in the right-hand side of the OBS Chevy, looking beautiful Carolina blue, very clean truck. Facing off against Brandon Quinn in the left-hand side. Left-hand side goes through at a 541 at 129 miles an hour. That is very quick. And right-hand side said if you can't be fast, at least look good doing it. Still going a 676 at 102 miles an hour, which for a full-size truck is no slouch. That's no slouch for any car. Full-size car, little car, big car, any car, or truck. Right-hand side, first generation Dodge Dakota belonging to Tim Moran. He goes up against the S10 in the left-hand side of Gary Stansel. The long bed S10 making a big move towards the center. Luckily, he gathers it up. Good driving in the left-hand lane there. That was keeping it on the tire side and down. But we have a significant amount of water on the starting line that's going to require some cleanup. So, Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The Pickle Man is here. If you look up at the top of the hill, there's a Cybertruck. And out of the back of that Cybertruck, you will find the Pickle Man. If you're unfamiliar with the Pickle Man, you should go over there and meet him because they are delicious if you're a fan of pickles. You got spicy, dill, bread and butter. I mean, all kinds of flavors. I'm being told on both sides of me right now, but you're not up there buying pickles. Everybody that's sitting in the stands looking over at the tower wondering, what is this guy talking about? I'm wondering why you're still sitting in the stands and you're not following the Cybertruck up the hill to go buy pickles. His name is Jamie Deal, and he will make you a deal on some pickles. A little bit of cleanup continuing here on the left-hand side. I believe we're wrapping up shortly. We're going to get the tractor out, give it a quick drag. Looks like it was just some water from the intercooler. Doesn't appear to be anything crazy. So should be a relatively quick cleanup. I have a feeling your window of opportunity is dwindling, so I'm going to say it one more time, even though I haven't been told to. But Tiny Tire, your lanes will probably, if I was a betting man, I would bet they're probably going to close relatively soon. We're running through our tailgate class here, and we're going to be rolling into limited, which we have pulling into lanes now. And we still have a couple more classes to roll through, so Tiny Tire, if you hear the sound of my voice, you haven't made a hit, or you wanted another shot at this, this is your last chance to get down here before I'm told otherwise. Once again, the Pickle Man is up here on the halfway up the hill. over here by the grandstands, just behind the grandstands. Look for the Cyber truck in the line. I see a tractor getting put away, and I believe I see doors closing and water soon to be sprayed into the burnout box, which means we're going back to some live action here in Tailgates and 28s, presented by Dragwire Solutions. Dragwire Solutions, owned and operated right here in the Carolinas, owned by Austin Ratley, bringing loads of experience between Holly and Fuel Tech. You can find them on Facebook. Or if you want Austin's personal cell phone number to harass him daily, go over and see Laura at the Street and Yeet tent and give her a good reason, and she will happily give it to you. Left-hand side of the track, we have the, I believe that's a K10, judging by the high-in-the-sky stance. Square-body Chevrolet belonging to Tyree Smith. Right-hand side, Ryan Fowler in the purple S10. They had this thing apart last night after testing. They got this thing thrown back together at 1 o'clock in the morning. I've actually had sleepovers with this truck at my house years ago. That's a weird way for me to say that I worked on this thing once. It's probably a lot faster than when I touched it. Let's find out. Tyree Smith, the big square body, losing traction, popping. That thing is surprisingly quick and boosted. That is a surprise. Right-hand lane is going to drive around him. 722 for the purple S10 at 110 miles an hour. I will admit, the pop startled me a little bit. Last year's winner for tailgates in the left-hand side, Scott Thompson in the big square body C10. This thing has a whole lot of miles underneath its belt in drag and drive competition, and it is exceptionally fast as well. He's going to be taking on the little S10 pickup truck at the right-hand side, belonging to Jeremy Hoskins. Drivers, I need you to stay with your cars in the staging lane. Stay nearby. We're trying to move through these fast. Please do not hold us up in the lanes. Drivers, stay near your cars. Right-hand side of the track, this little S10. I really like the yellow headlights and the sticker bomb intercooler. You take a little bit of drift style and throw it on here, and it looks cool. Jeremy Hoskins, right-hand side, taking on. I have a feeling he's going to watch Scott Thompson drive really fast. Scott Thompson doing fast things. Big pop on the top end on the left-hand side, 545 and 135. Flames on both sides of the bullhorns. 594 in the right-hand side for the little S10 at 117 miles an hour. Solid rip out of that one. Yep. Right-hand side of the track, Adam Hodson in the Gap Train making the drag and drive return. This truck, whatever you want to call it, was built on the show Horsepower Wars back in the day for a no prep shootout. It's been a terror on the no prep scene. It's kind of, I haven't seen it in quite a while, at least not out here on the East Coast. He's been backside no prep and frontside no prep and putting the turbos high up top. It's been single turbo. All I know is it's here and we're glad to see him out here. This truck is not slow. In the left-hand side, this gentleman checked in today, and I do not have the name of the long bed square body, but he's got the best seat in the house as Adam Hodson in the right lane goes 5'11" in the Gap Train at 143 miles an hour. That will put Adam Hodson in the #1 spot right now as it sits in tailgate, but that does not mean that Scott Thompson has the ability to come back and put up a number that is very close to that. Hopefully that pop on the big gun wasn't anything significant, and we're going to see that thing back around. Attention to the pits. I got a parts call. I got a racer in need. I need a plug wire for like a 4-valve mod motor Mustang or Coyote or similar. A coil near plug style plug wire. If you could bring it down to the tech tent, the ACR tent. Once again, 4-valve mod motor style plug wire, like a coil near plug. Please bring that down to the tech tent. Looks like we got a little bit of issue on the left-hand side of the lane. We were dealing with a little bit of a parts call there. We figured out what this thing is. It's not an exoset. It's not an aerial adder. It's called a goblin, and it is actually fighting for a world record. They're chasing a record. All right, we are back to more Tiny Tire action. Jim Treadle and the Firebird back up here to take another crack at it. Didn't go very well for him. Anthony Harville, same story. Both of these cars not pleased with their last results, and they are doing what we in the business call hot lapping. He's gonna get a parts call. We need a mod motor, Hemi style, Coyote style plug wire, something that goes, deep. A deep plug wire, a deep penetrating plug wire. Need that down in the by the tech tent. Let's see how deep down in 5-second territory these cars can go as we watch Anthony Harville go up against Jim Treadle on the Firebird. Treadle all over the traction control, popping and banging, pedaling it as best he can, goes 572. Big, locking it up on the big end. That was a little scary. Looks like he's got it gathered up. I want to check the tires for flat spots, make sure they're still around. Anthony Harville goes 730 at 127. Both cars pedaling quite a bit there. Pair of trucks coming up. We got tailgates and 28s. Presented by Dragwire Solutions. Right-hand side of the track, we got Jeff Hughes in the GMC S15. Don't call it an S10. It's classier. Taking on the left-hand side, the first-generation Dodge Dakota. Tiny Tire and Tailgate, last call for the lanes. You know what I want. Just make it happen. But if you didn't, I need a Tiny Tire and Tailgates. This is your last call of the lanes, last chance. Jeff Hughes in the very pretty S15 on the right-hand side. I really like the canvas turnout cover on the back. Really ties the whole room together. The Dodge Dakota on the left-hand side, I was reminded last year, this is the truck that had the back glass busted out of it. Wasn't it rear-ended? He broke the glass out with his own head. The Dakota's going to make it to the line first, but the elapsed time is going to be vastly improved on the right-hand side. 592 at 124 miles an hour for the S15. The long bed S10 in the left-hand side of Gary Stansel coming back up. Hopefully keep the water in it this time. He's going to be going up against Tyree Smith once again in the K10. Boosted right-hand side. Watch the truck in the right-hand side. It was kind of exciting last time. Let's see if it repeats. Yes, it does. That thing comes alive. I'm assuming stock converter problems because about 100 feet out, that thing comes alive. It goes 696 at 110. That is rowdy for a truck that looks like that. Left side goes 628 at 121 miles an hour for the long bed S10. Speaking of long beds, we got another one. This one's even longer on the right-hand side, C10. Unfortunately, I do not have this gentleman's name. I believe this was a registration as of today. I will have the info tomorrow. However, as a fellow...
I'm sorry.
Right-hand side of the track, we got Brett Marville returning. Tailgates and Tiny Tire, your lanes are closed. Tailgate, Tiny Tire, your lanes are closed. Here we go. We're watching Brett Marville in the right-hand side of the track in the long bed C10. He's back up here for a second shot at it. Goes through 867 at 82 miles an hour. All right, that rounds out our tailgates in 28s as well as our Tiny Tire. We're going to get ready to roll into our limited Yeet. This is our 275 cars. This is kind of a similar crossover. Here at Street Yeet, we don't need a million different rules or categories of cars because nobody wants to race against one other person. And when you have free trophies, that just sucks. So we kind of make everybody race each other. You have designations of street race, small block, power adder, naturally aspirated, big block, all these other designators over in the other guys' events. Here, we just say put it on 28s and let's all go have fun and party. So coming up next, we have limited Yeet. Got 275 tire on these bad boys and girls. No methanol fuel. We're looking for E85 or race gas. If you got a big block, it's got to be naturally aspirated, and we want all steel, all glass. We want these street cars to look like actual, real deal street cars. Our limited Yeet is brought to you by AFIS Injectors. With a lifetime warranty, excellent idle characteristics, AFIS should be your #1 source for injectors. Check out HP Race Brands for more information. AFIS Injectors falls under the Hartz family of products. I've just been given the go-ahead. We want to party, so unlimited lanes 1 and 2, unlimited cars, lanes 1 and 2, bring them down. Once again, unlimited Yeet. Davis Technologies, unlimited Yeet. Lanes 1 and 2. Unlimited Yeet. Brought to you by Davis Technologies, leader in traction controls. Davis centralist systems have dominated circle track racing for over 20 years and are now working their way into dominating all levels of drag racing. For more information, head over to moretraction.com. Thank you very much to Shanice Davis and Davis Technologies for sponsoring Unlimited Yeet and continuing to sponsor us here at Southeast Streamline. If you haven't ever seen a Davis box in action, it's wizardry. It's absolutely magical when you see these things work. I see water going in the water box. That can mean only one thing. My favorite part of drag racing, burnouts are soon to follow. Left-hand side of the racetrack, I'm just going to say Robert W. because I do not want to be offensive and butcher this man's name. Robert W., I believe it's Worcester. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But Robert in the beautiful two-tone green Malibu. I like green so much I couldn't pick just one color. He takes on Matthew Green in the right-hand side in the gray Fox body. Green car, green name. Green car is going to stay ahead of green name in the right-hand side. Green name moves a little bit of wiggle, but green car left side goes 550 at 128, and green in name goes 102 at 608. Looks like a little bit of a boarded pass on the right-hand side. Left-hand side of the racetrack, we got Ed Schwartz in the vinyl top Chevy Nova. Facing off against Justin Treadle in the right-hand side of the Fox body. Both cars courtesy stage beautifully. The Nova taking it conservative off the line. A 146 60 foot goes through 569, really pouring the power to that thing back onto the track. Probably can get after a little bit harder. And that'll bring up Chris Cavalieri on the right-hand side. Left-hand side of the racetrack in the second-gen Camaro, we got Charlie Dale, notorious for doing big wheel stands, so keep an eye on the second-gen Camaro. Mr. Dale. He's going to be taking on the Firebird in the right-hand side of Chris Cavalieri. And if I'm pronouncing that wrong, please correct me. Right-hand side's in, lights down, big wheel stand, there we go. Beautifully set back now for Mr. Dale. He's having the fun ride. Unfortunately, it's not the quickest way down the track, but man, I bet he had more fun than the right-hand side, going 569 out of the Firebird at 132 miles an hour. Mr. Dale, when he finally stopped looking at the sky, he's gonna see a 620 out of his elapsed time. John Mankia, the left-hand side of the lane. Right-hand side of the track, Taylor Owens in the beautiful Mach 1 mod motor entry. Mr. Mankey, the left-hand side, hooks up, and he's going 122 to the short, goes 557 to the 8th mile. Right-hand side goes 628 out of the Mach 1 at 121 miles an hour. Left-hand side, the Buick Roadmaster, the last produced station wagon that you could buy with a rear-facing seat. And what a treat to see one here. As if there's not enough room on the inside, you had to put a rack on top of the rack. Seth, have you done it? Richard Kinnison in the right-hand side of the racetrack in the Dodge Dart called Abomination, waiting in the water box. While we're doing a little bit of cleanup here on the starting line, got a little bit of fluid in the middle here. Should be a quick touch-up. We'll get back to action. Unlimited Yeet, once again, unlimited. This is your call to lanes. Unlimited Yeet, lanes 1 and 2. Come on down. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, appreciate everyone's patience here as we get the right-hand side of the track cleaned up. Got a little bit of fluids down there. Looks like some water. We got most of it cleaned up and burnt off. We're going to get the tractor out, drag it, and touch this up a little bit, and we'll get back to running through our limited Yeet category. In the meantime, Pickle Man is over here on top of the hill. If you want some pickles, he dropped us a jar off up here, and I got to say, they are fantastic. I have the dill variety. But if you want to go up here to the back of the Cybertruck, Pickle Man is up here. He's got a whole bunch of flavors. They are fantastic. 50/50 tickets down here for the raffle are available at the tech tent. All proceeds go to help out our very own Laura for her upcoming procedure. She is having a little bit of trouble getting vacation days from work because her boss is a real jerk. Her boss, unrelated, is her own husband, Devin. But let's do a good thing for good people. 50/50 tickets. All merchandise proceeds also go to helping her out in a time of need coming up here. Once again, racers, do us all a favor. If you're sitting around and you're bored, you got a rag in your hand, or you see a rag nearby, maybe grab it, pop the hood. If you're doing nothing, take a look around, wipe stuff down. Don't be afraid, nut and bolt, check some stuff. Things happen. This is racing. We completely understand that everybody has been fantastic. Even the issues that we have had, you guys are moving quickly off the track. We greatly appreciate that. And back to action here at Southeast Street Yeet, presented by Motion Raceworks. Once again, thank you all for coming out here at Shadyside. We're going to kick it back off here with Limited Yeet, right-hand side. Richard Kinnison in the Dart, known as the Abomination. Fresh off his win at Drop the Hammer, another drag and drive. The Dart is going to be facing off against Steve Mast in the Buick Roadmaster. I can't see through the back window, but I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm just going to cross my fingers and hope that it still has a rear-facing seat in it. Ooh, bumping in, it's still rocking. Wheels up, launch onto the Roadmaster, not to be outshined. Abomination, the right-hand side goes 551 for the Dart at 129 miles an hour. The gigantic barge in the left lane, 650 out of the Buick Roadmaster at 105. Left side, Kyle Baymount. I apologize, they misspelled the name on here. Kyle Beaumont on the left-hand side of the track. I should know that because Kyle is no stranger to drag and drive either. His car has been seen at Drag Week in the past. He's here racing us with his presence in Limited Yeet. Kyle has been here in the past at Street Yeet. He's been a leader in his class and then ended up having a breakage. It stripped it away from him at the last day. So he's looking for a little bit of redemption this year. Right-hand side, we have Stephen Price in the very beautiful and very blue Chevelle. Right-hand side, Stephen Price in the blue Chevelle is going to make a solo rip. A little bit of a hiccup at the 60-foot mark out of the Chevelle. Goes through 561 despite the hiccup at 142. We'll see that car come back around. Left-hand side of the track, Kyle Beaumont. Kyle Beaumont, left-hand side of the track, and the beautiful blue Firebird. Again, a drag and drive veteran, no stranger to this game. Look for low 5, high 4s. If he can put it together, that's not going to do it. It moved about 2 feet. Completely completely obliterated the tire. I feel like Mr. Kyle will be back around to make another crack at it. Right-hand side of the racetrack, we got Chris Vickers. He's going up against Jeffrey Hilliard in the left-hand side of the track in the white Fox body. And watch for a quick pass on the left-hand side of the track. This car is no slouch. Nice, easy, short time, 128 to the 60 foot for Hilliard. And the left-hand side goes 519 to 139 miles an hour. Right-hand side of the track goes 621 at 121. Solid rip out of the left-hand side of the track. Gary Vardom in the right-hand side of the silver Camaro is going to try to chase down the Thunderbird in the left-hand side of Michael Dingmar. Michael Dingmar is going to go through at 564 at 125 miles an hour. The fourth gen having a little bit of trouble shutting off about 100 feet out. Looks like he's coasting off the track. And I'm getting reports once again, we have oil on the track, unfortunately. So oil on the track. We got some cleanup in the right lane. This would be an excellent time to remind all you racers in the pits, if you have a catch can that maybe you forgot to drain it after the dyno or you drove it here. It has been unreasonably cold, so lots of moisture and condensation can build up in those things. This is a very long-winded way for me to ask you, not tell you, I'm asking. Please, check your catch cans, drain them. Don't wait until you're 60 feet out to drain the catch can, please. That's less than ideal. I'm not sure what the cost of brake clean is, but we're using a lot of it out here. That's how much we care here at Shadyside and Southeast Street Yeet. I've always said for a long time, if I could be sponsored by anybody, it would be a brake clean company. And speaking of sponsors, thank you to all the sponsors here at Southeast Street Yeet, presented by Motion Raceworks. We appreciate everybody putting this on for us and helping out. Davis Technologies, AFIS Injectors, FFP Custom, CPR Performance Dragwire Solutions, SP Tools USA, American Tuning and Fabrication, Georgia Fleet Services for roadside assistance, Wild Catalyst Designs. Yvonne can help you with all your website graphic design needs. If you need work done or are looking to spruce up your website, visit wildcatalystdesign.com. Argus Forestry for tree removal to pruning, stump grinding, and forestry mulching to storm damage. Argus and the crew have you covered. Visit Argus Forestry for more information. That's argusforestry.com. Competition Products, catering to domestic engine builders' needs, offering extensive parts, tools, selections. Find everything you need at competitionproducts.com. Thank you to Competition Products. If you need tools, I am the biggest tool in the tower. However, if you need more than just me, Miles Jacobs is your local Snap-on dealer. If you're a fan of Snap-on tools, give Miles a call. He carries a ton of tooling offerings, options from toolboxes as well. He'll be doing a giveaway for this event as well. So make sure you look up Miles Jacob Snap-on Facebook. Towing Service LLC, providing prompt response, towing, lockouts, and jump starts. Towing Service is your go-to 24-hour emergency service. They are a sponsor of Southeast Street Yeet. You can go to the Towing Service SC, that's SouthCarolina.com, the Towing Service SC.com. Once again, I have had a AAA membership for a very long time. If you are relying on your AAA card to get your street car, church it up however you want. They're race cars. If you're trying to get a race car off the side of the street, AAA may not always be in your best interest or looking out for you. However, the towing service, they probably got you covered. So if you have any sort of issues and you need a way to get safely off the street or get your vehicle back, if you have the unfortunate hand dealt to you where you have a breakage this week, make sure you're using some sort of reliable service. And we have some of our sponsors here for the event, so come down and see us. I see the Camaro making its way up the hill, burning off the remaining transmission fluid on the exhaust. That means it's done on the portable car hoist. It looks like we might see that car back to try to make another hit at this racetrack. We are finishing up some cleanup here. We'll get back to running out the remaining of our limited Yeet, and we'll roll into the really fast stuff of unlimited. And also special shout out to Mark Adams, Mr. Adams Auto Tech class at Nation Ford High School. How's it going to everybody in the class? Daniela, Michael, Noah, Greer, Keegan, and Remy. Thank you guys for watching Spoold Media. Am I on? Are we on? Are we on? There, now we're on? Hi, what's going on to everybody over there in auto shop class? You guys, I see a couple of kids here that should be at school as well, and I'm glad to see that even if they are in school, they're not, we're contributing to the delinquency of your future. And we appreciate you guys doing that here with us. So if you guys are looking at this on the live feed, or some of you guys, if you're sitting here in the stands, it probably doesn't look this way, but in years past, I've looked at videos from here at Shadyside, and you look at down track, it looks like it kind of goes downhill, but in fact, the shutdown does go drastically uphill. The track is in fact level, but your looks can be deceiving. It looks like we are getting back to racing action. We've got cars getting fired up, and we're about to turn a tire in anger in the water box as we round out the remainder of our limited category. Waller Doyle in the right-hand side in the Chevelle. Looks like he's double entered this in Tiny Tire as well as Limited, unless that is a designation from a previous year, but I believe I'm correct in that statement. I will get clarification. Left-hand side of the racetrack is Chris Henderson in the black SN at 95. This thing likes to go 12 o'clock on the launch. So watch for some exciting racing. The Chevelle on the right-hand side of the track, no slouch either. And the sweet, sweet sound of a Pro Charger, I believe that's a Pro Charger, but it's music to my ears. Accompanied by the twin turbo staccato. They bring it into a crescendo as they bump in. Big wheel stand out of the left-hand side. Pedals it nicely, sets it down real beautiful. SN95 goes through 556 at 125 miles an hour. Left-hand lane went 130 with a 9 to the 60 foot on the back tires. And I must say, a spectacular job of setting it down very gently. Good driving out of both drivers. Right-hand side goes through at a 660 at 134 for the Chevelle. Probably not what they were looking for. I have a feeling they'll come back around. And that's going to bring up on the right-hand side Justin Treadle in the white Fox body, and he'll be facing off against Josh Macchia in the second-gen Camaro, back up for another shot at the racetrack. Unlimited, this is your last call, and then we go to party time. Justin Treadle bumps in the Fox body. He's going to drive away swiftly and leave the second-gen Camaro wondering what is going on and why the car cut out on the left-hand side. A little bit of problems for Mr. Macchia. Right side goes 520 at 136. The Camaro rolls through at disappointing 9.3. I'm feeling they are going to come back for party time, which is what we call the session where we let everybody have a shot. Some call it all run. Well, we call it party time. Ed Schwartz in the left-hand side, the Nova, back up for another crack at it. And he's going to face off against Keith Baker. Keith Baker, another drag and drive veteran. He's been doing some damage all over this year, having completed Sick Week and Drag Week, two of the biggest. Ed Schwartz, Keith Baker, side by side off the line. Keith Baker in the Malibu hanging out, see if he can hold off. Ed Schwartz going to come around him almost on the big end, can't quite get there. 130 miles an hour in the left-hand side for both sides. Keith Baker goes through 541 in the right-hand side with a whole shot victory. Left-hand side goes 534. Margin of victory, 001 with a 6. That was a barn burner of a race. Fantastic drag race. Richard Kinnison and the Abomination Dart back up here once again to take another crack at it. Same with Chris Cavallari. Chris Cavallari on the left-hand side, off the line first. You can watch the Dart come around him on the big end. It goes 552 for the Abomination Dart on the right-hand side at 121 miles an hour. The Firebird goes 613 at 115. And that's going to round out our limited Yeet. Coming up next, we're going to have unlimited momentarily. Once again, racers in the pits, if you're needing another run or another crack at the track, stand by. You will be called down for our all-run party time session coming soon. But we have a whole heap of unlimited cars to get through. That's your final remaining category to get through. Attention in the pits, racers. If you are not in the WhatsApp group, make sure you head over to the tech tent, scan the QR code, download the WhatsApp. It's the easiest way to stay on top of what is going on. It also would be probably in your best interest to join the Facebook group for Southeast Street Yeet. You can put all kinds of stuff in there, parts calls, etc. If you have any questions or confusion over start times. Attention in the pits, racers, this is not party time. Do not come down for the all-run session yet. If you're coming down to the lanes, do not come down for all-run yet. You're not calling all-run yet. I just said be on standby. I see you down there, Rotson. Hang out on the side. We'll be all right. It's cool. You got a really nice vantage point. But racers, if you have not, we only have unlimited in the lanes right now. The only cars that I should have in lanes is unlimited Yeet. Everybody else is on standby. As I was saying, if you have not joined the WhatsApp group, make sure you get that app downloaded. Check out the QR code. That's where we're going to put on any sort of time or scheduling changes or updates. That'll be the first spot. You can post in there any parts calls or stuff that you might need on the WhatsApp group. You can also post it on the Facebook group. And we encourage you to post it on your Facebook group. Put pictures of your adventures on there. We want to see it. Share the trip, share the memories. That's what this is all about this week, is out here having fun, making memories. Remember, drag racing is a weird sport. This is why I think drag and drive has become as good or as big as it is. I've been drag racing for quite a while now. It's one of the few disciplines in automotive racing where we spend thousands upon thousands of dollars to spend less time in the car. I love racing. I love my car. But you're mad when it didn't go quicker, and that means you are mad because you had to get out of it sooner. And then drag and drive comes along and it's like, hey, you want to have your cake and eat it too. You want to spend miserable amounts of time in a car. How much suffering do you want? Because we can make this really suck. Or be a whole lot of fun, depending on how you look at it. And ladies and gentlemen, if you can't see the track and you are here and you can hear the sound of my voice, we are coming up from the heavy hitter category. This is unlimited. Our first pair of cars for the unlimited category is pulling into the water box, and we have Mark Manor in the right-hand side with this beautiful Chevelle. And he is squaring off against the Dirty Bird in the left-hand side of the track. That's William Bam Jones. And the Dirty Bird, it's called the Dirty Bird because it's a falcon. Mark Manor, another drag and drive veteran. He has done a few of these now in his day. In the right-hand side of the racetrack with this gorgeous Chevelle. It's consistent, it works, he knows a thing or two, he's got laps under his belt, he can put on a clinic here. He's taking on the Dirty Bird in the left-hand side. Lots of popping and banging, not the passes they were looking for out of either side of the track, I don't believe. It sounded like the Chevelle got a little bit squirrely, had to pedal it, got in it, and then either it didn't shift or it just got on some wheel spin, but not what either one of those are looking for. Right-hand side, Guy Protano in this, just drifted out of the water box in this first-generation Camaro. And he's going to be facing off against Chris Benauer in the left-hand side of the track. Once again, racers, if I butcher your name, please do not hesitate to let me know. The slick front Fox body in the left-hand side is creeping up to the beams. That belongs to Chris Benauer, and he'll be facing off against the first-generation Camaro in the right-hand side. Guy Portano screaming a whole bunch of RPMs out in front first. He's going to watch the Mustang go by 481 at 155 miles per hour. 481 at 155.8 miles per hour. Chris Benauer is sending a message. Left-hand side of the racetrack, this is CJ Cave. Last year's Unlimited winner. Unfortunately, the car he was supposed to bring broke, and he is in Plan B. But he said, you know what? I'm still coming here. I'm coming to have fun. And he's going to take on the Canoe with a Suburban underneath it on the right-hand side. Josh Munson having a little bit of issues with the Canoe on the right-hand side, and he's going to watch CJ Cave run down the left side to a 538 at 129. The Big Bourbon is going to be coming back around to show us its big boat. Left-hand side of the racetrack, Gary Bell in that big black Chevelle is going to be taking on Brian Carney in the orange Chevy 2, the right-hand side. So much chrome on the Chevelle, I need my glasses. Shoo, buddy. The bumper is blinded. Gary Bell building the boost, both cars staging in together. Chevelle kicks the tires, going to watch the Chevy 2 in the right-hand lane go down Broadway once again. 540 with 132 mile an hour trap speed. The Chevelle on the left-hand side was 857 at 70 miles an hour. Not what they were looking for. Coming up next on the right-hand side is Bill Boulis, the hot rod. Donovan on the left-hand side of the CTSV, squaring off against Bill Boulis in the hot rod, the blower surge. I'm not sure how I feel about the LED lights on the front of the hot rod, right below the period correct headlights. But it's not my car, so who am I to judge? does blower things. It makes blower noises, which usually means it's going to try to knock the windows out of the tower here momentarily. Donald Donovan spooling up the CTSV, creeping into the stage beam. He's fully in. Nice little wheel stand out of the hot rod on the right-hand side, and the CTSV is going to try to run him down. Can't quite get there. 603 at 113 miles an hour for the big blower on the right-hand side. 586 at 124 for the V. Coming up next, the right-hand side of the track. We've got Argus Sanders in the Mustang. Left behind the side of the racetrack, and the Chevelle with kind of like a cartoon anime-looking paint job. Big fan. That's Jan Hipskind. Yeah, the Chevelle kind of a little, like when you look at it, you feel a little weird when you're looking at it, because you feel like you're looking at a cartoon, but you know it's real life, you know what I mean? You don't really see that paint job on like domestics that often, and you really should. It's actually not terribly hard to do, and it looks killer when you do it. Look for low 5-second, 4-second territory out of the right-hand side of the racetrack. If you can put it together, Argus Sanders in this Mustang are not slow. Little bit of a pedal job burp on the starting line. Went a 126 to the 60-foot, 503 at 146 miles an hour. He was definitely going for it on that one. I have a feeling he'll probably come back around and take another crack at it. That little bit of a burble might have hurt him on the short time. Right-hand side, we got Bud Trammell in this absolutely gorgeous copper second-gen Camaro. This might be, I'm going to, listen, I love all y'all, but this might be my favorite car here so far this year. Just judging on looks alone. And Bud Trammell is going to be making a solo rip in that beautiful Camaro on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Look, that is a 79 or 80 model. Hanging the left front tire a few inches off the ground. Looks like it should be out there hopping Coke cans. You put a $100 bill on the dashboard of that car, you cannot grab it, as it's going to go down the track 605 at 115 miles per hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. It's party time. All run, all run. If you need another crack at this racetrack, bring them on down. We will guide you in. Please start bringing them in, and we have volunteers that will tell you where to go. All run, all time. Let's party, let's go. Chris Vickers coming up one more time to round out our unlimited category before we go into party time. Got about 3 inches of air under the right front, and it sounded like it didn't want to shift, but he stays with it. It goes through 593 at 122, showing a lot of potential there. If you can put it all together, I have a feeling that car will go deeper into 5-second territory, but it's coming around for sure. Coming up again, we got Kyle Beaumont in the burnout box with the Camaro, going to take a crack at the right-hand side of the racetrack. Last time, the car had a little bit of issue with fighting for traction, getting up the line. You know, see if he can improve upon his performance. Kyle Beaumont's going to back up and try to burn out one more time with a little bit more flavored water. I'm looking over at the car hoist, the portable car hoist, and the boys look like they got the Rotson up there. Big surprise. Rotson being worked on, never would imagine. There we go. Looks like Kyle found the smoke button on that burnout. We're going to back it up and line him up and send him down one more time. Fun fact, that blue color on that car is not a wrap, despite first appearances. Most people look at that car and assume it's a wrap. It's actually paint. Why is that significant? I'm not sure. Maybe because it's lighter. What we do know is this car is fast. A little bit of a pedal before the 60-foot, and then the license plate flapping all over the back of the car. I'm not sure if it stayed on there. He's going to let out of it a little bit early and go through 630 at 85 miles an hour. Here we go. This is the kind of burnout we like to see. Left-hand side of the racetrack doing his best John Force impression is Charlie Dale, back up again to put on another wheel standing show for us. And the canoe with a Suburban underneath of it is going to try to make another hit and see if it can get down cleanly this time. Looks can be deceiving. That Suburban is not, it's not slow. It's very, it's hard to watch that much weight move off the line that fast and not keep your jaw off the floor. I would love to see in-car video from in the Suburban, like 4 of your friends with a rear-facing GoPro just bobbing around town. I bet it'd be hilarious. Pay attention to the left-hand side of the track. Watch for wheels up. There we go. Charlie Dale setting it down right before the 60-foot marker. And the canoe's going to try to get there and chase him down. 7:17 out of the canoe with the Suburban under it for 102 miles an hour. That is rolling. Unfortunately for him, by comparison, Mr. Dale is making the Suburban look slow, but that is not a slow pass for something that big. Gary Bell back up here again. William Jones, the left-hand lane, back up again in the Dirty Bird, and repeat contender, the Chevelle on the right-hand side for Gary Bell, trying to improve on most of them scrambling. Probably went back and turned it down a little bit. Side by side off the line, Dirty Bird trying to hold off the Chevelle. Barn burner of a race, 5:11 in the right-hand lane for the Chevelle, goes through 1:43. That's a significant improvement upon him. The Dirty Bird goes through at 134 miles an hour, 5:37 for the left side. John Kettler coming up for his first run of the day, I believe, in the S10 in the tailgate category, left-hand side of the racetrack. John got this thing put back together. If you look at the right side of the track, the right side of the truck, it's significantly dirtier than the other side. He tried to do tricks last night here in testing. They got it welded up and put back together, and he's out here continuing on with the week. That's what this is all about. Not wrecking, but persevering. It's about perseverance. John Kettler is going to watch Walter Doyle in the Chevelle finally go down 544 out of the Chevelle on the right-hand side, 134 miles an hour, and the S10 keeping it on the racetrack, thankfully, 841 at 86 miles per hour. Once again, party time, party time. Excellent. Mike Robertson, dial your own in the Chevelle on the left-hand side, coming up here to see if you can get a consistent pass. He's been fighting with traction on this thing, and when you're trying to figure out consistency, well, that's not the best way to do it. Another dial your own contender coming up in the right-hand side, Joe Onda in the C10. Maintaining traction this time for the Chevelle. Chevelle's going to watch the C10 roll through at 8:54, 81 miles an hour. With the Chevelle goes 9:26. That's 73. I hear superchargers. That can only mean one thing. Hellcats nearby. A couple daily driver contenders. Charles Barber in the white Hellcat on the left-hand side of the racetrack is going to be facing off against Ryan Morris in the gray Mustang. This is a late model battle, Ford versus Chevy, straight out of Detroit. The Coyote is off the line first, going to leave the Hellcat sitting still. Coyote's going to go 627 at 115 miles an hour, while the Hellcat rolls through at 54 miles an hour at 11 seconds. Tracy Holtzclaw, the left-hand side of the racetrack, coming back up for another crack at this in the Ford wagon. Your defending Tiny Tire champ. Taking on the purple S10 in the right-hand lane of Ryan Fowler. Ryan Fowler and the boys last night, they got this thing put back together at the wee hours of the morning. They had the whole top end of this motor torn apart after testing, and they said, nah, we're still coming out here. They even had time to polish the center lines, which I appreciate. And speaking of classic wheels, sitting on a set of drag lights, Tracy Holtzclaw in the left-hand lane on a little tiny 8.5-inch tire in the back is going to try to make this thing go very, very fast. Easy off the 60-foot, tried to pour the power to it, came in a little too hard and kicked the tire out on the wagon, so he's going to watch the S10 roll through 618 at 115 for Ryan Fowler. I'm sure Mr. Fowler is going to be significantly happy with that. I would assume they're going to take that time slip and probably hit the road. As they had a late night and this is still in the sky. They could almost make it to your hotel before dark, which in drag and drive world, that is rare, and it's awesome. Any day that you can make it to your accommodations before the sun goes down when you're on one of these, that is, it's always a good day. Looks like Tracy Holdsclaw having a little bit of a hard time getting off the top end of the track. The door is open. Sir, you can't park there. Maybe that'll help. While Tracy Holdsclaw is on the top end of the racetrack looking for his cookout milkshake, and we try to get him off, just a reminder, Pickle Man is still up here. I still see him, I believe. Thumbs up. Yep, he's still selling pickles. So if you want some delicious pickles, here, listen. Can you hear that crunch? That's how delicious these are. Go see him. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, in addition to Pickleman up there at the Cybertruck, I believe concessions are still open for a couple more minutes. They will be closing soon, so if you need to get something to eat before you hit the road, feel free to do so. Once again, thank you everybody for joining us out here today for Southeast Street Yeet participants and those of you spectating that came out here just to watch. So it is a work day, so we appreciate you guys taking the time off. And shout out to all the parents who took their kids out of school and brought them here. You know, they can make up the days. This is way more important. And thanks to everybody watching on the live feeds, Spoold Media. We appreciate Corey and Spoold Media for putting on this live feed. And we thank you for Shadyside for being the host track, our start and finish, as it has been in years past. We love coming here to Shadyside. A little bit of a fun fact I just found out today. Shadyside, this track actually used to run in the opposite direction. And not really sure when the direction was reversed, but as legend would have it, a car basically missed the turnoff coming back this way. And here at the starting line, through those trees in the distance, is a cow pasture. And one of the previous track owner, before the Buff family took over, as legend would go, the car made it all the way clear into the cow pasture and took out the cow, and then they had to pay for it. So they said, we're not having this happen again, and they turned it around. And we're going to run this race coming up here in the correct direction. We got Tiny Tire in the left-hand side of the track. The El Camino belonging to Donnie Kelly in the El Camino. Again, Tiny Tire, that's a 235 tire or an 8.5-inch tire slick. There's a variety of tires that you can choose from, and we're seeing quite a few different combinations. This has become a very popular class because it's very tricky for obvious reasons. Number one, to get down on a tire that small on any surface is hard, but get down on a variety of surfaces. We're racing on a few different tracks throughout the week, different days, different locations, and to be consistent across that's the trick. Right-hand side of the track, it's not really hard to be consistent when you're turning all 4 tires, and that's what Butch Williams is doing with this Coyote-powered F-150 daily driver. He's probably going to have one of the more comfortable rides throughout the week. Let's see what Kelly on the left-hand side can do on Tiny Tire. It takes it 126 to the 60-foot. He's going to go through at 527 at 134 miles an hour on an 8.5-inch tire. Right-hand side of the racetrack, the F-150 goes 716 at 101, which is right sporty for a daily driver on any stretch of the imagination. Right-hand side of the track, we got Scott Green in the Primer Maverick facing off against Don Flanders. Big issues coming out of the Maverick, scooting around a little bit on the racetrack, moving. And once again, the growing pains of the day one of a drag and drive continue to plague us. This is pretty typical. A little bit of cleanup going on here in the starting line. Got some fluid down the center. As you can see by the spicy mower on the line, we got a little bit of cleanup going on here. We'll get back to racing action as soon as we get this little bit of oil or fluid cleanup up in the middle of the track. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you need to still make a crack at this racetrack or you would like to get another run in, I would highly suggest that you get in the lanes. Because if we keep having many more of on-track instances like this, your time is going to go very quickly. So I would not bank on the short car count allowing you to make multiple hits.
right now, Rye's over there checking out what's going on with the Rotson, so I'll hang out as that wild wheel stand stick shift Mustang coming right back up now. See what adjustments they have made. All right, live feed. Pay attention to this one. This car gets wild. Here we go. Pretty sure that Corvette didn't stage up or got a awesome rolling start, but 519 for the stick car. Rolling out. 142, 129 short time.
Stick shift Mustangs are in fact loud. Shoot, buddy. Down there looking at the Rotson on the portable car hoist, looks like they snapped the driver's side axle shaft out of that. So they're trying to see if they can find a driveline shop to get them situated and try to get that car put back in. Good thing is they took the beam, so they are still in competition. I'm sure they would like to turn in something longer than the standard. Right-hand side of the racetrack, the ZZ Top Graphic Jacob Watson LT Camaro, right-hand side. Once again, Jim Treadle on the left-hand side on Tiny Tire trying to improve upon his performance, and it sounds like it's getting up on traction control quite a bit on the early part of the run there. 574 at 141 for the Firebird left-hand side. Right side goes through 674 at 101. Don Gatlin, left-hand side, the blue Chevy 2 Nova, and daily driver. He's going up against a stick shift car. Right-hand side, that Fox body belonging to Mike Batchelder. And the Fox body's going to watch the Nova walk away from it. Nova goes through 656 at 102 miles an hour. The stick shift Mustang right-hand side goes 70. Mike Batchelder. A couple of dial your own cars trying to get their dial-ins nailed down. Once again, if you guys didn't catch earlier, our dial your own isn't really a bracket class. We call it, I think of it more like a poker run. You can go under your dial-in. So if you have a 5.000 dial-in and you run a 490.99, whatever, in normal races, you would be like, oh, I broke out, I'm bummed. But here, that's pretty dang close to 5.0. And you know what? Good enough for us. So go ahead and turn that time sub in. This turns into, basically, you're trying to put together your best hand as consistent as you can. So, our dial-in cars are trying to get their dial-in, well, dialed. Captain Obvious is stating the obvious. Go back to the live feed. Looks like we got a bit of an incident on the top end of the racetrack. We're going to go back and roll through and see if we can see it on the live feed. I was not looking down there. It looks like they both try to make the turnoff at the same time. It looks like a little bit of a fender bender. I don't think anybody was involved in any significant speed, but we're going to go down there and check on it and make sure everything's okay. Just to give everybody a heads up, reports that drivers are out of the cars on the top end of the track and getting checked out by medical personnel up there. We're trying to clear the top end. One of the cars is proving to be a little bit difficult, but as soon as we get them cleared off the top end of the track and get EMS back in place, we will get back to racing. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I have a teal, I believe it's teal. Looks like a Mustang. It's parked on the backside of the tower here. I need it moved. It's a teal Mustang on the backside of the tower. We need it moved as soon as possible. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, there's a teal Mustang backside of the tower. Teal Mustang. Teal Mustang, we need this moved. We need this car moved as soon as possible. Thank you. Once again, the driver of a teal Mustang on the backside of the tower. I need you to move. Sorry, I just put my glasses on. It was the porta potty. I've been looking at the porta potty this whole time, ladies and gentlemen. My mistake. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while I got your attention, and you got a little bit of quiet time here on the big end of the track as we're trying to clear these 2 cars here. Not really sure what happened. I did not have eyes on it. Anything that I would say would be pure speculation. However, I'm going to take this opportunity to remind everybody, please be aware of where your competitors are on track. Especially when you get into the big end, and especially when we get into the party or the all-run sessions here, because we're going to have very fast cars going up against some cars that maybe not quite as fast. So make sure that you give a good look to your left, right, check your mirrors if you got them. I know it's hard when you're strapped in these race cars to, I won't say look over your shoulder, but if you have the luxury of being able to do so, take a peek before you cut across the racetrack on the turnout. And also, I don't care how fast or how slow you're going, most of these racetracks we're going to be at throughout this week, I believe, have multiple turnouts. Make sure you're familiar with the turnouts. We want to make sure everybody has a safe and fun time here, but let's just make sure that everybody we emphasize the safe as much as we possibly can. Attention to the pits, I have a parts call, or a tool call, if you will. I need a 36 millimeter socket. The team with the Rotson down here on the portable car hoist, they're trying to replace the axle shaft on this thing, and it takes a very large socket, 36 millimeters in diameter to be exact. So if you happen to have a 36 millimeter socket laying around in your toolbox and maybe the impact with the strength to bust that loose, they would greatly appreciate it. Down here at the starting line, the portable car hoist, the Rotson, once again, 36 millimeter socket. And just like the Street and Yeet family delivers in record time, the 36 millimeter socket has been delivered along with the device. Before I even made it back up here in the tower to cancel the parts call, they already have the axle removed. So no more need for the 36 millimeter, so you guys can put all your belongings back inside your trailer. Thank you.
I had to do that like 3 times in my car last month.
Nice.
Looks like everything's getting cleaned up there, guys. Stan's going to take some time to blow a little bit of debris off. Ron's going to touch up the track, and then we will be back in action as soon as those guys are back in place.
Drivers in the staging lanes, please start suiting up and stay near your cars. Drivers in the staging lanes, start suiting up. We're going back to racing here momentarily. And we are back to racing here at Southeast Street Yeet, presented by Motion Raceworks. Coming up in the left-hand lane, Yvonne Hutchins in the Chevrolet SS. Right-hand side, we got Gary Vardum in the silver Camaro. Camaro on the right-hand side, 131 to the 60 foot, and is going to go through 552 at 130 miles an hour for Gary Vardum in the right-hand side. Left-hand side of the racetrack, the SS goes 754 to 92. Up in the left lane, we got our daily driver category of Jay Marshall, beautiful Chevrolet Nova. Facing off against BJ Adams, S550, I believe it is, Mustang. I have trouble differentiating between S550s and S197s. I just say late models. So maybe that's part of me getting old. I am informed this is in fact an S550, so I was correct the first time. A hop, skip, and a jump, and BJ Adams is going to watch the Nova run away. A little bit of a hiccup there as the Mustang dead hooked, and BJ is going to watch the Nova go 764 at 97 miles per hour. While Mr. Adams on the right-hand side is going to go through at 884 at 91. Raymond Grissett in the left-hand side with the Not a Cop Explorer. The Explorer is going to watch the third-generation Camaro in the right-hand side go through at a 10:01 at 69 miles an hour, but the Explorer is going to chase him down. Not going to get there in time. 886 at 79. Kyle Buntley in the right-hand side of the racetrack back up to make another crack at it. He is the heavy hitter in the stick shift category at any drag and drive he attends. Kyle Buntley finishing up the burnout on the right-hand side, is waiting. He's going to back his way back up. Matt Colvin in the F-150 in the left-hand side of the racetrack. In the daily driver category. Matt Colvin, one of a handful of F-150s out here. This one rear-wheel drive. Big wheel stand out of Kyle Buntley. He's shifted it in the air, trying to get it gathered up, and goes through 580 at 119 miles an hour. We have seen quicker out of that car, I believe, but shifting in the air, 1-2 shift with the front tires in the air is pretty gangster. His team high-fiving each other. I think they're happy with the performance. Coming up next, right-hand side of the racetrack, we have a third-generation Camaro with the T-top delete. You don't see a lot of them without T-tops. That is Jay Bradley. Jay Bradley is going to go up against the Terminator Cobra of Ryan Vestal in the left-hand side. Third gen Camaro off the line first is going to lead the way all the way down the track. Both cars going to go through in 8 seconds and at 88 miles an hour. Going back to 1985. Shout out Doc Brown and Marty McFly. And a history lesson in F-bodies sitting in the water box coming up next. Third generation on the left, second on the right. Judging by the windshield banners on both of these cars collectively, I would guess they have thousands of street miles underneath their belts. Both of them are veterans of drag and drives. In the dial your own category, again, it's kind of like our poker run. They're trying to be the most consistent throughout the entire week. It's not necessarily about calling your dial in, it's just about consistency. Gary Mankia is going to sit still while he watches the second generation Camaro run away from him. And right hand side of the racetrack goes 7:36 for the Camaro, and another Camaro on the left side is going to go 8:43 at 91 miles an hour. Chase Hill back up to make another shot at the racetrack and trying to improve upon the performance of, well, it didn't make it very far last time. Had to be pushed backwards off the line. Looks like they had it sorted out. Hopefully this goes a little bit better for him. Right-hand side in the Cadillac CTSV belonging to Donald Donovan in the Unlimited category. Twin turbo in the right lane, Ford power in the left lane. I know it's weird, a Fox body Mustang that has a Ford motor in it. This one has a 4.6 Cobra motor and a turbo. Oh, stop. As painful as that is to watch, that is the unfortunate circumstance of what happens sometimes with drag racing. Chase Hill on the left side there rolled the beams a little bit. It's a stick car, and as it started building up boost, it crept through on the clutch, and unfortunately that hung the right-hand side out to dry, and he had to sit there on the trans brake for almost a full 7 seconds. That is unfortunate side of racing. Nothing intentional there from Chase on the left-hand side, but that's hard to watch. Nobody likes that. Matthew Green in the right-hand side with the limited Yeet entry in the gray Fox body is taking on Taylor Owens in the left-hand side of the racetrack with the Mach 1. Taylor on the last time out, he left a little bit of fluid on the racetrack, I believe. He's going to be trying to get down this time. The Mach 1's going to make a solo pass while we redo the burnout for Matt Green on the right side. So Taylor Owens. Spin City right off the hit. But this is still substantially better than the last pass, I believe, and 777s at 115 miles an hour. That's a pretty cool picture. And Matthew Green on the right-hand side is going to take another shot at this. Nice soft hit for Matt Green. 134 to the 60-foot, pours the power in and makes a hard move to the left-hand side of the track, and he gathers it up, keeps it in the lane, rolls through 623 at 93 miles an hour. Left nice and easy, just a little too aggressive with pouring the power in. Stretch that ramp out a little bit, I bet it would come down and go through. I have a feeling we're going to see him back around one more time. And Jeffrey Hilliard coming back up with this beautiful notchback to make another crack at it on the right-hand side of our racetrack. Jesse Hazlitt in the left-hand side of the racetrack with the 4th gen in the Dial Your Own. Again, Dial Your Own is like a poker run. This is about consistency all week. The right-hand side of the racetrack, this is going to be, if it goes, pay attention because this should be a rip out of Mr. Hilliard in the right-hand side. Justin Hilliard kicks the tires before he gets to the 60-foot, stabs it to try to walk it through, and 602 at 133 miles an hour for the right-hand side of the racetrack. F-body left lane, 664 at 104 for Jesse Hazlitt. Right-hand side of the racetrack, the F-150, Frank Webb. Gonna reach down there, click the transfer case into 4 high. Left-hand side of the racetrack, we have a stick shift entry, the black Mustang belonging to Jake Macy. Jake back up here, taking another crack at it. Drivers, courtesy staging. Courtesy staging, please. Reminder, if you don't know what courtesy staging is, please ask. There's no such thing as a dumb question. Easy, get back both out. Yeah. It's all right. Gonna back him up, we're gonna restage him once again, take a deep breath, shake the cobwebs off, here we go. F-150 coming alive and squirrely all over the place. 756 for the F-150 on the right-hand side at 98 miles an hour. As the Mustang goes through 857 at 88. Bud Trammell on the right-hand side of the racetrack with that gorgeous copper 2nd gen Camaro. It just tickles my heartstrings. It plays all the right tunes for me. That's an unlimited entry facing off against Justin Lynch of the Chevy 2. Tiny tire, 235. So we got big tire versus the smallest tires on the property. And believe it or not, it might be close. Side by side off the line, Tiny Tire is going to walk away from the big tire and say, look at my parachute. 4 doors and small tires just put the 2-doored Camaro with the big tires in the rear view mirror, ladies and gentlemen. But as much as I love a fast car, that is a very beautiful Camaro. Tommy Rosema back up here again, making all the right import noises for everybody. If you're playing the Fast and Furious soundtrack up here. It's got the perfect blow-off valve for the car. One of the cleanest S13s that you're going to see. Most of these things have been drifted into multiple walls. Thankfully, this one is in one piece. He's taken on, in the left-hand side of the racetrack, our tiny tire entry of Anthony Harville. Anthony's been on a little bit of a struggle bus over there trying to get this thing to hook up and go. Once again, 8.5-inch tire on that car. It can prove to be a little challenging. Anthony Harville got a hold of it that time, 129 to the 60-foot, and he's going to go through 524 at 136 miles an hour. That is a great pass for him. I believe he's going to take that one and hit the road. And Remy in the right side goes 681 in the little S13, import power at 106 miles an hour. Ryan Morris, attention to the pits. Ryan Morris, if you can hear the sound of my voice, I need you to come down to the tech trailer. Ryan Morris to the tech trailer. Right-hand side of the racetrack, the Anime Chevelle, James Hipsky, is taking on the 80 Monte Carlo, which is scratching for traction on the left-hand side. The Monte Carlo is going to roll through 650 out of the Monte Carlo with, looks like a 17 or 18-inch tire on it. That's kind of impressive. Right-hand side of the track, Travis Martin ventured all the way down here from Indiana. See Adam Hodson in his Crocs looking sexy as ever. Look at the calves on that boy. He must work out. Does lots of calf races. He puts at least a 135-pound bar on him everywhere he goes. I'm walking around on his shoulders. Look at him. He squats down. Shoo! He's not careful. He's going to leave those Crocs on the racetrack. It's Travis Martin in a tiny tire in the right-hand side of the track. Look for fours out of this car. If it goes, it's going to go 130 to the 60-foot, 550, as you were, 524 in the right-hand lane for Travis Martin. Left side of the racetrack goes 552 at 111 for the little mini truck. Yes. I think I have not been keeping track of all the numbers yet, but collectively it looks like Tiny Tire is as a whole average. They're shaping up to be the quickest class. I don't know if that has anything to do with the fact that the organizer of this event is the record holder for drag and drive on a 235, and that would be one Devin Vanderhoof. And the car formerly known as Big Earn. The Abomination Dart on the left side of the track goes off the line at 122 to the 60-foot, 544 at the 8th mile at 129 miles an hour. Right lane goes 679 at 107. They're starting to get together. Argus Sanders coming up in the left-hand side of the racetrack. Argus Sanders is actually one of the sponsors, and he's actually doing something pretty cool. As soon as they're done making a whole bunch of noise in the burnout here, I'll continue to talk about it. But Argus Sanders, Argus Forestry is putting up $500 reward. The $500 reward for the first person who can turn in a time slip with a 000 reaction time. We're looking for you to chop down the tree with Argus Forestry. I didn't mean for that to rhyme. It came out that way, so we're going to go with it. But if you can cut the tree down and literally turn in a 000 time slip, not the first person to do it, you gotta hand that time slip in for the day to make it official. You'll get handed $500 cash. Argus Forestry, Mr. Argus on the left-hand side of the racetrack is taking on Stephen Price and the Chevelle on the right-hand side. The Chevelle is going to come to a stop, not even just shy of 60 feet, and he's going to back up and I'm not really sure what the plan is there, but back up, try it again. Argus is going to go through at 5:57 at 138 miles an hour. Sounds like neither one of those performances were indicative of what the cars are actually capable of doing, which is why Stephen Price is backed up and is going to try to make another crack at it. And Stephen Price is going to go down and back to the pits to try to come back around and make another crack at it. Jim Treadle back again in the Firebird to try to improve upon the performance in Tiny Tire. He's seen everybody else go down, and the right-hand side of the racetrack, Donnie Kelly up again once again in the El Camino. Both of these cars are very fast, very capable, but they haven't quite put it all together. Jim Treadle in the left lane. Donnie Kelly in the right in the El Camino. Both cars popping and banging a little bit, sitting on the traction control side by side. They finally put it all together, rewarded with a 5:12 for Mr. Treadle on the left-hand side of the racetrack in the Firebird at 148 miles an hour. Donnie Kelly in the El Camino, 5:21 at 136. The 235 class is shaping up to be a banger, ladies and gentlemen. Left-hand side of the racetrack, Don Gatlin back up again in the Chevy 2 Nova, and right-hand side, Kyle Beaumont in the flat blue F-body. No stranger to drag and drive competition. This car was, I believe, a contender in the notorious 850 category. I guess the most similar, that's a weird word. The closest class in category, I'm not even going to try that, would be like the street race small block power adder class would be our limited Yeet. 275 small tire, stock suspension. And Kyle's going to put a good one together. He's coming off the line. 119 to the 60-foot, 492 at 148 miles per hour. That is, I think, the second fastest pass we have seen today. Oh, man, 492 at 148. 119 to the 60. And Chase Hill back for the third time up here, trying to see if we can get this thing to go down the track. Had a little bit of issues last time, car cut off, and then it rolled the beams this last time. And left-hand side, Tracy Holtzcall, your 235 defending champ into Tiny Tire. He's, I don't recall off the top of my head how fast he's gone today, but he's kind of be sweating a little bit, I'm sure. Tracy Holtzclaw pouring the power in nice and gradual. Going to go 135 to 60 foot, 532 to the 8th. And Chase Hill going to get down the racetrack, 794 at 95 miles an hour for his first complete pass of the day. That's much better than the default. And Keith Baker in the right-hand side of the racetrack with that tan Malibu. And Keith Baker is going to be facing off against the Chevrolet SS of Yvonne Hutchins. In bumps the Malibu. Keith Baker off the line, 125 to the 60 foot, goes through. 534 at 131 miles an hour for Keith Baker on the right-hand side. Yvonne Hutchins goes through 762 at 92 miles per hour. Attention to the pits. We have a snap-on ratchet that was found in the staging lanes. It looks kind of unique, and if you can describe the very specific modifications made to this thing, you probably would want it back. So once you realize you're missing your very weird and obscure snap-on ratchet, you can go see Preston at the head of the staging lanes and describe it to him. And then describe all the things you would like to do to Preston later this evening after a long talk and dinner.
I've seen some boys moving pretty fast. Kids. Just people. I seen a guy come down the hill earlier this morning. I was like, bro.
BJ Adams in the S550 Mustang coming back up once again. pair of S550 Mustangs, one stick shift, one in the limited Yeet category. Chris Vickers in the left-hand side in the limited S550. He's going to roll through 6:07. While I believe that is BJ Adams on the right-hand side. He's going to go through 8:43.
Hey, is AFC coming down here to somebody?
Scott Thompson in the right-hand side. He's your defending tailgate champ from last year. That C10 on YouTube. The big old square body is like flying a sheet of drywall down the racetrack, but it is no slouch. Twin turbo LS power under the hood. Off the line, 134 to the 60 foot, goes through, aborting the pass 633 at only 82 miles an hour. Saw something he did not like, got out of it. Gary Mankia, right-hand side of the racetrack, third-gen Camaro, back up one more again for another hit of the track. Taking on Raymond Grissett in the Explorer ST. Gary Mankia is going to walk away from the Explorer on the left-hand side. Going to go through 7:48 for the Camaro, with the Explorer ST is going to go 8:75 at 81 miles an hour. And rounding out the lanes for right now, the big box Chevy. The big box Chevy belonged to Derek McCall on the left-hand side of the racetrack. This is the one that was up here earlier on some big old 26-inch wheels. Looks like he went back and put the spicy wheels on. Having a little bit of a problem turning those tires. They're not as easy to do burnouts with as rubber bands. Cole Galloway needs you at the tech tent. Cole Galloway. Right-hand side, Brian Price in the Camaro in the right-hand side, stick shift category. Six-gen LT power in the right-hand side of the racetrack. Big box Chevy in the left-hand side. The box is significantly quicker than I last remember, 159 to the 60-foot. However, it's going to stumble a little bit and go 790 at 90 miles an hour, and the Mustang will come around on the big end and go 755 at 97. We are going to put a brief pause on action. If you still want to make some runs, the staging lanes are still open, but we're going to put a pause while we touch up the racetrack. We've got a little bit of a congestion issue on the top end with some cars on the return road, so we're going to untangle the tangled web that we have wove and get back to racing action shortly here on the Southeast Street Meet presented by Motion Raceworks. Once again, when you guys are coming down in the staging lanes, please be mindful. We have a little bit of a situation we're trying to attend to at the top of the hill. So as you're going by there, if you see the flashing lights, please stay clear of that area. But staging lanes are open. They are still open for party time. Colvin absolutely assaulting the starting line with the Coyote-powered F-150 two-wheel drive flavor. You need to know that when you go in and buy windshield wipers. And we got a vehicle on the top end of the racetrack. Thank you for pulling off the side. We're going to take a look at it. Doing the right thing, taking a peek, make sure he's not leaving any fluids. We very, very much appreciate that, sir. Once again, drivers, if you need another hit at this racetrack, I would suggest getting in the lanes sooner than later. Lanes will close at 5. Lanes are going to close at 5 as scheduled. So if you can hear the sound of my voice, if for some reason you're thrashing in the pits, the time I have right now on my phone is 4:23. The plan is to close the lanes at 5. If there's some sort of extenuating circumstance, we're not going to bend the rules or stretch anything, but if you are thrashing, send a representative down here to talk to us. That goes throughout the entire week. Keep us aware of what is going on in your struggle. If you're thrashing to try to get the car to remain in competition or whatever the case is, please let us know, and we'll do our best to accommodate you wherever possible. We want everybody to have a fair shot. Chris Vickers was up here in the tower asking for us to print a time slip out for him. Chris Vickers was up here earlier in the tower asking for us to print a time slip out for him. Wasn't satisfied with the number he saw. Told us to go ahead and just throw that one in the trash. And then here he is back here to make another crack at the track. Looking for something better than a 6 flat, where he said he was going to sell it. So if anybody's in the market for a cheap S550, depending on how this pass goes, depends on how much you could probably get it for. Going right now, we have 20. I have $21. Wheels up, and then tires are sliding in the back. Chris Vickers is going to try to salvage what he can from the run. I do not think it'll be better. Nope. That 6.0 is about the best he has so far, but good news for Chris Vickers is there is an empty staging lanes, and he has time to come back around and make another rip. Once again, we appreciate everybody tuning in here to the Spoold Media live feed. Presented by SP Tools USA, StrangeEngineering.net, ScarlettSolutions.com, and SC Raceworks, Facebook.com/SC Raceworks. And a huge thank you to Corey and the Spoold Media team for putting the live feed on. Make sure you guys share this with your friends. We're going to be doing this all week. And you can hear me run my mouth, and we can watch a whole bunch of really fast cars on really small tires, the 235 category. Like, this is, I would say, this might be the fastest field that I'm going to sit down tonight and I'm going to look up some old results from like Sick Week and the like and see what everybody else has been running. But judging by what I've seen, there's, at least 5 cars that I've seen in low 5-second territory, 235s. Shout out to Scott from Drag Week if you're out there listening. Miss you, big dog. Frank Webb in the right-hand side of the racetrack in the 4-wheel drive F-150. Back up here for another rip. What is it about the Coyote motor that has a unique way of just going from mild to wild in just one quick sweep of the RPM? The thing sounds completely quiet and anemic, and the second it puts any boost to it, it's a piercingly loud shriek. And Frank Webb going to put it over, click it down in 4 high, and going to try to punish the bead locks on all 4 tires on this turbo F-150. Oh, from my vantage point, I can see, oh, there's parts. We got parts. Stop, I see a drive shaft. Stop, please stop. Oh, the drive shaft is absolutely pummeling the bottom of that truck, and we got a lot of parts and pieces. I see stuff on the racetrack from the 100-foot mark. That thing, the right front tire from my vantage point at about the 60-foot looked like it was about to outrun the rest of the truck. So either a front axle broke along with the drive shaft, and yeah, it just, the bottom of that car is going to look like a toddler with a sledgehammer went to town on it. So I would suggest, ladies and gentlemen, it's 4:29. If you want to get a pass, if we get in lanes right now, because this looks like we might be putting this down to 1 lane, I would not expect to have 2. So once again, if you're trying to get another pass, get up here ASAP. that time of day, ladies and gentlemen. The sun is getting real low, and we have a few cars remaining in the staging lanes. They are still open, so if you're up in the pits thrashing, you need to get down here for one more. I do know that the Rotson team needs to come up and make one more crack at it. They're just going to break the beams a little bit through because that car is double entered in two different categories for two different drivers, which means the car needs to make 2 trips down the track for it to produce competition each day. So they were looking for an entire axle. I'm not sure what that. It looks like they are bolting it back together in order to just roll it through and get their time set so they can make it through the evening. Blowing off pieces of F-150 in the right-hand side, and we're going to get back to the few cars that we have here momentarily. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. There was a gentleman that was talking to the Rotson crew that knew where they could find an axle, an Armada axle. If you're still on the property, could you come back down to the Rotson and talk to the team? If you were talking to the Rotson team about an axle, Armada axle, and you knew where the location of one was, once again, come down and see the Rotson team, please. We're back to racing action. Tracy Holtzclaw, defending 235 Tiny Tire champ in the left-hand side of the racetrack, is coming back up once again in the Fairmont wagon. I believe it's an LTD wagon. Is there a difference? I'm not really sure. Doesn't matter. No, because underneath of this thing, it's basically a Fox body with 4 doors and a big hatch on the back of it. I'm being informed that this is in fact a Zephyr wagon, so I was wrong on all of the first guesses. Often referred to as a Malibu. We're saying that just to make everybody mad. The Griswold family truckster on the left-hand side. You think you hate it now? Wait till you drive it. Tracy Holtzclaw bumping in. Soft hitting it all he can at the 60-foot, and it absolutely upsets the car. 581 at 138. You try to pour the power in, and right around 60 feet out, it went at 143 the short time, but again, that's the hard part with these small tires. Chris Vickers back once again, trying to get below 6.0. And Stephen Price in the Chevelle back up here once again. I believe this might be the 4th pass out of the Chevelle for the day. Both trying to put some numbers up on the board to see if they can improve. Watch for Chris Vickers. This car was trying to do really gnarly wheelies, and it seems like once the front tires get up in the air and it gets to full extension, it upsets it. It comes down with some violence. So hopefully he's got it tamed down. Chris Vickers, same story. Moves about 10, 20 feet and then gets very angry. The Chevelle, 5'11" at 145 miles an hour for Stephen Price on the left side. A very tidy pass. And Chris Vickers, not sure if we're going to see him once again. He's got about 15 more minutes before lanes close. So if he wants to try this one more time, he can do so. Two of the best looking cars that General Motors ever produced in the late 70s, early 80s. Keith Baker on the left-hand side of the racetrack with that beautiful tan Malibu. And Keith Baker's going up against the big tire Camaro of Bud Trammell on the right-hand side. I don't know what I like more, the period correct stripes, the color, because it's similar to my own race car, or the gold magnums on the front with matching bead lock on the back. I almost forgive it for having big tires. Keith Baker creeping up to the pre-stage, sneaking up on it, stabs it in the neck, makes a brutal assault towards the stage. And assaults the racetrack with the 275s on the back, and he's going to watch the big tire Camaro on the right-hand side go through 621 from the Disco era Dirk Diggler car. "15 minutes remain on lanes. 15 minutes remain before we close the lanes. 15 minutes, drivers. 15, 1, 5. Don Gatlin in the Chevy 2 in the daily driver category, back up again. .144 short time for Don Gatlin as he goes through. 6:37 at 109 miles an hour for the Chevy 2 Nova. If that is a true daily driver, that is a fun daily driver. I'm looking at empty staging lanes. Racers, if you need another pass, now is the time. 13 minutes left. For those of you tuning in on the live feed, thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you to Corey and Spoold Media for putting on this live feed all week and joining us. Shout out to SB Tools USA, StrangeEngineering.net, ScarlettSolutions.com, SC Raceworks, Facebook.com/SC Raceworks. Thank you to all of our event sponsors. Motion Raceworks. Motion Raceworks is bringing you high-performance parts made proudly in the USA. The Motion Raceworks family includes TBM brakes, Rife sensors, Mark Williams, Fluidworks, and you can find all their products over at motionraceworks.com. In addition, thank you to Davis Technologies, your leader in traction control. The Davis sensorless systems have dominated our circle track racing for 20 years and are working their way in and dominating all levels of drag racing. For more information, check out moretraction.com. Thank you to Shannon Davis and the crew at Davis Technologies. APHIS injectors. Lifetime warranty and excellent idle characteristics. APHIS should be your #1 choice for injectors. You can check them out at HP Race Brands for more information. FFP Custom, over 15 years of experience. Ryan Fraser is the man when it comes to CNC programming, custom quality automotive work. Their pedal assemblies are one of a kind, made right here in the United States. For more information, check out ffpcustoms.com. FFP sponsors our Yeet stick class. They make pedal assemblies, so if you want to add the third pedal to your race car and shift gears and have a more engaged experience, head over to ffpcustoms.com. CPR Performance has been a Street Need sponsor since the very first one. Located in Columbia, South Carolina, CPR is the checkpoint as it offers our racers an auto store, parts store that specializes in performance parts. Those are long gone. The world of the brick and mortar speed shop is slowly dwindling away, so when you still have a brick and mortar speed shop to support, take full advantage of it. CPR Performance has been a sponsor since the first year for Street Need. Check them out at cprperformanceparts.com. Keith Baker back up here to make another pass. Was not satisfied with the last one. Doing a big angry burnout in the Malibu. Again, this is a car that is no stranger to drag and drive. You can look at the banners on the windshield. This car has done Sick Week. I personally saw it at Drag Week this year. So it's been all up and down the East Coast this year doing drag and drives. And it is no slouch. Keith Baker lights the pre-stage. Beautiful off the line for Keith Baker. 125 to the 60-foot. Holds it together. Goes 536 at 136 miles an hour. That, I believe, is substantially quick for that car, and that's about what he was looking for. So I think that's going to be the one he's going to turn in and take with him on the road and head to Greer tomorrow. And I'm still seeing the big tire Camaro over here in the staging lanes. Looks like he's going to come. I'm not sure if he's turning in a time slip or he's going to make another hit. But he's got 9 minutes to decide. And I believe that was a turning in of the time slip. So I'm looking at some empty staging lanes. Once again, you got 9 minutes, racers. You got 9 minutes before the lanes will be completely closed. But 9 minutes gives me just enough time to tell you about Dragwire Solutions, owned and operated right here in the Carolinas, North Carolina to be specific, I believe. Is that correct? Is Dragwire Solutions in North Carolina or South Carolina? Then why would they say the Carolinas? It's just the one Carolina, not both. Austin Rattling must have written this description. He doesn't even know which Carolina he's in, but we do, and it's in North Carolina. And Austin Rattling brings loads of experience in wiring both Holley and fuel tech. You can find him on Facebook. Or if you want Austin's personal cell phone number, we can also supply that. Head over to the trailer and ask Laura Vanderhoof, and she'll be happy to share that with you if you have a good excuse. And really, the best excuse is, I just want it, and then she'll just hand it right over. And you can call Austin at any time. He really likes being called at around like 2, 3 in the morning. And he was free 24 hours a day to answer all your Holley and fuel tech questions as well. So shout out to Austin Ratley and Dragwire Solutions. We also want to thank SP Tools USA. SP Tools offers high-quality tools and equipment specifically designed for professional technicians. But if you're not a professional technician, you can use the tools as well. Just stay away from the sharp ones. For over 50 years, SP has been a leader in tool design and manufacturing, committed to leading the way in how professional tools and equipment are sold, serviced, setting the standard for quality and customer satisfaction. You can check them all out at sptoolsusa.com. Also, big thank you to American Tuning and Fabrication. Committed to making race cars great again. They offer services such as dyno tuning, TIG welding, and more. Contact them via Facebook or Instagram. And if you see Chris Vickers racing today, which he was hard to miss because he's been up here hot lapping, he's probably on his way back here, if I'm being honest with you. Look. Yeah, I think Chris Vickers might have the most passes out of anybody today. And you can see that is a testament to the endurance that car has been able to withstand. Five-minute warning on staging lanes. Big thank you to Georgia Fleet Services for roadside service. Hit up Georgia Fleet Services for your roadside assistance if you need it during the week. Thank you to Wild Catalyst Designs. Wild Catalyst Designs can help you with all your website graphic design needs. If you need any work done or looking just to spruce up your website, and let's be honest, a lot of your drag racing websites are tired and old. And they look like they were made 10 years ago because they were probably made 10 years ago. So if you need to liven things up a little bit, head over to wildcatalyστdesigns.com. Get with the program. Argus Forestry, tree removal, tree pruning, stump grinding, forestry mulching to storm drain damage. Argus and the crew got you covered. ArgusForestry.com for more information. Also, Argus has put up $500 reward for the first person who can turn in a 000 reaction time. Now, you don't, unlike other drag and drives out there, we're still the old school mindset. We don't really care how long you sit on the tree, just put on a good pass. So you can have a reaction time that's over 1 second. However, there is incentive for you to not suck. So if you can turn in a 000, you get $500 put in your hand thanks to Argus Forestry. So chopping down the tree, get it? Competition Products, catering domestic engine builders, needs and offering extensive parts, tools selection for everything you need at competitionproducts.com. And a big thank you to your local Snap-on dealer, Miles Jacobs. If you're a fan of Snap-on tools, give Miles a call. He carries all your tooling options and boxes. He has that big truck. It's kind of like, it's the adult version of a van that says free candy on the side for men. Gets you every time. And he's also doing a giveaway for this event too, so look for details on that coming soon. And then Towing Service LLC, providing prompt response for towing, lockouts, jump starts. Towing Service, your go-to 24-hour emergency service. For more information, visit thetowingservicesc.com. I'm not going to beat the horse to death because there's probably only a handful of cars here that even could benefit. But you're probably here because your car is broken. So if you need Towing Service LLC, well, they're still here. You guys aren't going to believe it, but Chris Vickers is going to come back and make another pass. I know, it's shocking. We're coming in just at the end of the clock with 3 minutes left. Chris Vickers, I think, unless anybody else comes down the hill in the next 2 to 3 minutes, I believe Chris Vickers is going to take us out of here at day one for Southeast Street Meet presented by Motion Raceworks. What we want to see here is we want to see this car move more than 15 feet before it unloads the rear tires and tries to point it abruptly to the side. We're looking for something below 6.0. Chris Vickers is the water box on the left-hand side of the racetrack. I'm not sure if the trailer hitch was on the back of the car before, if you put that on there for ballast. But if this thing hooks up and continues the upward flight that it has been, the upward trajectory that it's been doing on the starting line, we might see a nice trailer hitch groove carved right through the center of the racetrack here as we round out day one here at Shadyside in Shelby, North Carolina. We want to thank everybody for tuning in. And Chris Vickers is going to little bobble off the line, try to cut some of the boost on the hit to get it to go down, and 636 at 122 miles an hour, not going to improve upon the 6.0. And that, I believe, is going to play us out of here. We got about 1 minute. That car coming down the hill has a luggage rack on the back, so I don't think they're making another crack at this. I see the LT Camaro coming down. 1 minute remains. Oh, the Camaro. Is that a time slip you're turning in the Camaro? Okay, he's turning in a time slip. That is not a... Thank you for clarifying. I really like that. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much from all of us here at Shadyside and Southeast Street Yeet, presented by Motion Raceworks. Thank you to Corey and Spoold Media for the live feed throughout the day, and all participants. I am going to load inside of a very cold and very loud C10 and make my way to the checkpoints. And we'll see you guys tomorrow in Greer, South Carolina for day two of Shadyside? Day two of Southeast Street Meet presented by Motion Raceworks. I'm Ryan, that's Corey, and we're out. Peace.